Good evening, and welcome to the St. Petersburg by Night Broadcasting Network. Tonight, we present to you our Werewolf the Apocalypse Chronicle, Hellhounds.
Welcome to another St. Pete by Night revamped production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes or be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, howling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing dire of an endless fight, until our final days we will fight. Thanks, man, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the grave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the world's forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across terror, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the grave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take a final stand. Rage across terror, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. Don't you never hide.
Good evening and welcome to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network, where we play St. Petersburg by Night, a massive multiplayer 5th edition World of Darkness chronicle set in the city of St. Petersburg, Florida. My name is Kent, also known as Misha Kent on all social media, and I am the lead storyteller of St. Pete by Night. And it's Friday night, and you know what that means. It's time for a fresh and so clean version of Hellhounds, our second Werewolf the Apocalypse chronicle set in the city of Tampa, which is just across the bay from the city of St. Petersburg, which features a pack of young gurus sent from the city of Hell, Michigan as reinforcements to the Sept of the Evening Star. And they have just returned from a test of sorts aboard a ship in the middle of the Gulf, where they were tasked to fend off 5 very hungry vampires. Did they succeed? Did they fail? And what kind of scars, both physical and mental, did they bring back from that ship? That will be addressed tonight, as well as much more. If you're new to the channel, why don't you hit that subscribe button down below and go follow us on all of that social media you see listed in the description. And if you like what you see here tonight, you should come join our Discord community by following that Discord link down in the description. We have 200 plus amazing community members that you could come be a part of and join in on all of the activities we have available to be a part of. We'd love to have you. We'd love to have you join our ranks. So come join the amazing community of St. Pete by Night. And we'd love to have you join us. So do it. Do it now. Do it. Anyway, we have some amazing players that make this game possible. So let's introduce those players now. Players, go ahead and introduce yourselves for me, if you please.
Hello everyone, my name is Jay. I'll be playing Deadbeat, the Bonar Haroon.
Hi everyone, I'm Nikki and I'll be playing Delphine Ruinspeaker, the Silent Strider Theurge.
Hello everyone, I am Ben, and I will be playing Raymond Gorn, the Ghost Council Philodox.
Hello there, my name is Caity, and I will be playing Aurora Rory Woods, the Bonar Galliard.
Hey everyone, I'm Lilith, and I will be playing Juniper Camine, the Ragabash Black Fairy.
So, players, as I previously mentioned, you were tested last week by the warder of the Sept of the Evening Star, Charles Albrecht, when you were unexpectedly brought out to a boat in the middle of the Gulf, where you woke up and were told you would have to survive the ship where 5 very hungry vampires were awaiting you, where you would be tested on everything you learned, everything you were taught about vampires. Your first true encounter with something you didn't even know existed just several weeks prior. Not only did you encounter these vampires, you were tested physically, mentally, and emotionally, driven to your very limits, driven so far that both Deadbeat and Ray were driven to the point of mental crippling, brought down to the floor, huddled, crying, begging. You were also faced with a choice where you might have to kill your own mentor, Stakes Her Claim, as well as the Sept Leader Aspen, which was just an illusion posed to you by 2 leeches with the ability to take on the shape of those that you know and respect. Needless to say, it was a very traumatizing affair. With all that being said, our story begins tonight, that same very night, as Ray and Rory arrive home. It's late that evening by the time you arrive back at your home. It was a quiet ride home in the van. Everyone staying mostly to themselves, reflecting over that evening's events. As soon as you arrive at the house, most head to bed, saying nothing, sharing nothing. But the 2 of you, Ray and Rory, managed to stay up, unable to sleep. The images of vampires and the night's events still replaying in your mind. Now, Ray, you know that Rory has had more than a few traumatic experiences through this time already. Whether it's the visions she had when she touched the tree, and now having had to face vampires. Your job as leader isn't just to lead them into battle, but to see to them emotionally as well. And though you are still shaken by the encounter, sometimes you have to steel yourself to check in on the troops, something you know all too well from your years of military service. What's going through your mind as you go to approach one of your comrade in arms?
At the moment, I am still exhausted from what happened on that boat. Mentally, physically even. I know what it's like, how your body reacts after getting into combat like that. And I'm used to it. I know what to expect, but my pack hasn't experienced that before. So I'm sure that they're experiencing it 10 times worse than I am. So I want to check in, because the last time we talked, when me, Rory, and Delphine were out on the waterfront, she was not doing too well.
And Rory, What are you feeling after that night's events? Because while you managed to keep it together pretty well on the boat, now that you've had some time and the adrenaline has died down, those emotions have to come seeping in eventually. The realization that you were faced with life and death, that the threat is all too real, and that you may eventually find yourself without the aid of your pack, without the assistance of your mentors, without the safety of a guiding hand. That Tampa is as dangerous as they said it is. What's going through your mind?
She is still very terrified and is trying not to let it show, but her hands might be a little shaky as she goes around doing stuff. She's worried for the two boys, but also a little irritated because even though, yes, it was a simulated scenario, Ray still wanted to be point. And in her head, being a good leader is knowing when to let those you're in charge of assist you. And she didn't feel he did that entirely, especially after that. She's also kind of angered after seeing the face of the girl that did that to them, being someone close in age, and that anger is more targeted at the leeches rather than anyone else. So she's just kind of a flurry of all those emotions.
So Ray, as you approach Rory, the scene is yours.
After entering the house, kind of taking off my shoes, taking off my button up, kind of getting a little bit more relaxed now that we're in a safe environment. I'll wait a few minutes, let Rory collect herself, maybe cool down. Then I will... Rory, how are you doing? I just want to... Last time we talked, you weren't doing too well, and I'm sure everything that happened on the boat was just a lot, so I want to be sure you're okay.
She's not going to look at him as she's talking. She's going to just kind of take inventory of the new camping stuff that they got from the boat and start kind of making it almost like a go bag. And then as she starts to speak, she'll kind of like stop doing what she's doing, but she still won't look at him. I'm doing all right. I took your lesson to heart. Well, what you said at least I did what I could. And it looks like we passed.
I mean, yeah, you did exceptionally well. I mean, the first two leeches we encountered were rough for everyone, and you still kept up. You still threw yourself in, which is extremely hard to do, I know. And even as we got on and progressed through the boat, you were still level-headed most of the time. So I applaud you. You did really well.
I appreciate the praise. And she'll finish that up and go to the kitchen and grab an ice pack and put it on her ribs. How are you managing?
I'll walk over to the kitchen table and pull out one of the chairs and kind of slouch down into it, a little bit exhausted after actually sitting down for the first time tonight. I mean, I'm tired. That hit from that third leech was not something I ever expected. So my My brain is just, my body just feels tired. Tired like I haven't really felt before.
We were warned, but I can imagine it can be exhausting.
Anytime you're thrown into a situation like that, adrenaline pumping, your thoughts going a mile a minute, after everything's all done and after your body cools down, it hits you like a ton of bricks.
You can say that again. I did have another question for you though. And she'll kind of shift a little bit. Eventually sit down in one of the other chairs. About what Ember said to you. If you need help, you can always ask.
I will sit up a little bit, put my elbows on the table, cross my hands, and rest my chin on it. I appreciate the offer, but this is something I need to figure out for myself at the moment. I do not need help.
Need or want? Because those are two completely different things.
It doesn't matter.
It actually does, whether you like to believe that or not.
In the current situation, I don't need it. I am fine.
She'll kind of lean back in her chair and just kind of give him a once-over. But are you really? I thought you were going to shatter that candle when I saw you.
My face will darken a little bit, and I'll kind of look up at her and kind of lock eyes. Yeah, and I thought you were going to drop your candle and shatter it.
She'll kind of furrow her brow a little bit. What can I say? It was a heavy candle.
It's a heavy candle for all of us. And if you're going to ask if I need help, do you need help?
Not with this situation. However, if I remember correctly, you're the one that told us we need to rely on each other.
We do. I stand by what I said. But this goes both ways. If you ask me if I need help, I should be able to ask you if you need help. And if both of us say no, then it doesn't matter. Now, does it?
I think anything concerning the pack matters, but to each their own, I suppose.
Who said that it concerns the pack? It is my personal business, and whatever your thing is your personal business. Does that mean that the pack is involved in everyone's personal business now?
No, but the fact that Ember knows, I'm sure she knows other things as well. And if we want her to be helpful or our pack patron or whatever, who's to say what else she won't reveal? what else we might need help with in the future, allegedly.
If Ember knows things and it is helpful for us, good. And if she reveals things that are meant to be hidden, I don't know. A spirit is a spirit. I don't know anything about them as much as you probably do. So, I can't say what's going to happen with Ember. But this topic right now, I think we should just squash it.
All right. Whatever you say, sir.
At that comment, I will, not only will my face darken a little bit, but I will get a little bit agitated. Because I am exhausted right now, and I don't need this. I threw my body in front of them in that first fight and acted as a shield for them to be able to handle one of the other ones while I went out by myself. Sure, Rory came out and helped me. And Juniper eventually helped me too, but I was leading the way. I was doing... I don't need this. Rory, all I want to know is if you're good. Are you fine with what happened tonight? I don't need this line of questioning. I need to make sure that you're good.
She's gonna lean forward, keep her eyes locked on him. No, I'm not. And the next leech I see, I'm gonna tear their head off. And you will see that there is genuine anger from what she experienced in that.
It's always good to have some sort of anger towards the enemy, but just don't let it consume you, and don't let it fully manifest in the worst time. Just be careful and do your best to relax and rest for the next few days. Don't get too hung up on what happened. I'm not saying don't think about it. It's good to think about what happened. Just don't let it get too heavy.
Oh, I definitely plan on relaxing and thinking over our lessons. And she'll stand up and start to make her way to the bedrooms. However, I thought part of being a good leader is also listening. And, well, I see the words of wisdom I've given you in the past haven't quite stuck yet. And with that, she's going to go into the bedroom and close the door.
Ray, as you're left standing in the kitchen, stewing over what was said, roll me a composure and resolve check.
Two successes.
With two successes, you find yourself gripping the edge of the table, feeling the insolence, the insubordination of your lessers. You feel the anger grow within you. How dare they? Who do they think they are? As you feel your heart start to pound against your chest, you're taken back to a time that you last felt this sensation. A time laying in a hospital gurney. A time when Jordan laid in a gurney across from you in Germany. A time of drums. A time when you killed many, many people. Taking a deep breath, you know you can't do that now. You know there would be far too many consequences. You steady your heartbeat. You feel the tension in your shoulders release, but not before you hear the kitchen table crack in your grip. Not tonight. But if they keep this up, maybe soon. We transition now to our next scene. Our next scene begins a few days later on a walk along the Hillsborough River outside of the Bawn, around the cairn of the Sept of the Evening Star, where two members of the pack confronted each other over secrets. Two other members of the pack have secrets of their own. One, a secret of their parentage. The other, a secret of the murder of said parentage. Juniper and Delphine. The two of you had an experience of your own upon the boat. Face to face with vampires for the first time. Face to face with the threat that is Tampa. The threat that is this world of darkness. But the world that is your past, the world that is your shared history, though you know so little about it, at least one of you knows so little about it. Perhaps there is a confrontation to be had. As the river flows gently to the bank nearby, the two of you meeting along the riverbank, coming from opposite directions. The scene is yours.
Delphine will have been standing by the river for just a little bit, remembering the last time she was there with Eliza and having gotten the advice of showing empathy to her packmates and talking to them and connecting with them, and is really trying to take that advice to heart right now with Juniper as she prepares for this conversation. So when she sees Juniper approaching, she's wearing a very baggy long skirt with still a very thick cardigan over her, not suited for the weather at all. The walk up there had caused her to sweat a little bit, so some of her hair sticking to her neck, and she's just got a little bit, some sweat beads on her forehead. But when she sees Juniper approaching, she will wave over to her.
As I walk into the area and see Delphine just kind of hanging out there and seeing her wave me over, I nod my head in acknowledgement and start making my way down. Not really paying attention to any of like the prickly bushes or anything, as I'm wearing a pair of like hiking boots and a good pair of like khaki cargo pants and everything, despite the heat of it all, because it's important to keep your legs covered when you're walking around in the woods. So yeah, I make my way over and say hello before looking out where Delphine was looking.
How are you feeling after the boat? Did you get enough rest?
I kind of cover my right arm with my left and look at her. Yeah, I got plenty of sleep since then. I mean, I'm doing okay. How are you doing?
She rolls up her sleeve, revealing her very thin arm, and just shows that the skin has healed for the most part. There's no scar or anything left behind. I mean, she got me good that night, but other than that, it's like it never happened. And she'll roll the sleeve back down, covering the skin.
I take a moment where my eyes just kind of like linger on how skinny Delphine's arm is. Before just kind of like nodding my head as she covers it back up. Yeah, I guess that's kind of the neat thing about being a guru. We heal up pretty quickly.
Yeah. Hopefully Ray and Deadbeat are feeling better. They got the worst of it, I feel.
Well, not to sound too unempathetic, but they haven't really argued with each other since then. So a little bit of good came out of that.
I mean, they were holding each other in the engine room.
Crying, screaming, sobbing. It was kind of cute, to be honest.
It was actually really cute.
It was very cute, yeah. I don't think they're ready for us to say anything about it yet, but...
No. They probably are a little bit butthurt after all of that, so I probably wouldn't poke at it too much.
Depends on how quickly Deadbeat gets back to his usual demeanor of pissing all of us off.
Deadbeat's okay sometimes. I mean, he has his moments. He could have just left me to fend for that leech myself, but he didn't. He got in the way and pulled her off of me. And then after we were done moshing, he helped me to he's the one that helped me to my feet.
That's true. And he did stand up for you to Charles.
Yeah. I think he's just really insecure about himself, so he acts the way he does. But regardless, I think I was actually kind of surprised that you said you wanted to stay. You kind of screamed at me and Deadbeat back in Michigan after everything that happened.
Why is it surprising that I want to stay?
Michigan was your home. You said you had stuff you needed to do up there.
I look out to the water and stay silent for a moment as I contemplate how I want to answer this.
You think about the things you had to do up in Michigan, the checklist that had formed in your head at the time you said that. And then you remember you took care of some of those issues. You checked a few things off of that list. Your mind goes to a burning house, goes to the taste of blood in your mouth, the feel of torn flesh beneath your claws, the satisfaction of revenge partially fulfilled. And then you remember the lie. It's true. There was some unfinished business in Michigan. But there's some unfinished business here, too.
I kind of subconsciously lick my lips as I remember and look back at Delphine. Yeah, I still have a few things that I'd like to go back up there and finish. But Stakes and I had a conversation about all of it. And it turns out that that business is connected here, too. And besides, I don't really have anywhere else to go.
So, do you not just ever want to go back up there? Unless it's to finish that off, or are you just going to stay here now?
I'll find my way back when the time is right. But a lot of what's happened up there is connected to what's happening down here. And there's some promises that I made. So, gotta fulfill those first.
Delphine nods. Well, if we can help you out with anything, just let us know.
I smile a little bit at Delphine. Oh, yeah. You already have. Don't worry about it.
Delphine furrows her brow a little bit. I have?
Yeah. I mean, you're part of the reason I'm still kicking. So.
Yeah, I really haven't done much. Just been struggling alongside the rest of you.
Yeah, well, sometimes that's all you need.
Well, if you're wanting to help make this work, I do really want to make this work. Because mostly, I just need to, I feel. I don't have anywhere else to go, but I wanted to talk to you about also something that myself and Rory and Ray and even Deadbeat have encountered. Rory talked to Jester a little bit, and apparently packs are supposed to have their own patrons. And we've had one following us since Michigan. And I know that everyone in the pack has had an encounter with it. And I was wondering if you might have as well.
Are you talking about that wolf thing?
No, actually, for once, I'm not girl who cried wolfing. Except that wasn't a lie, but never mind. No, it's this little spirit. We've been calling them Ember. It's a little flame. It talks very cryptidly. Rory, Ray, and we went down to the Riverwalk a little while ago, a few days ago, and we lit some candles that this guy gave us. I think he was homeless. I don't know, but he gave us some candles. We gave him some money for like a charity or something. And when we lit the candles, we talked to Ember. And I think it's interested in becoming our pack patron.
Oh. Okay. Is it around us now? Like, can you see it? Is there like... I don't know if I've ever...
I mean... And she'll go ahead and activate penumbral senses.
As you focus your sight, looking beyond the photo negative, pressing over the photo that is the world as you know it, you see the hold that the wild has over this place, lush and full. The river that you stand beside is even more strongly rushing past. The banks seem further apart, wider. The river seems deeper. You can see spirits of water floating past or swimming past. You can see animals moving through the trees. And even amidst the trees towards the cairn, you can see those sentinels watching, looking outward, not at you specifically, just watching. And out amongst the trees is the white wolf, prowling. Again, completely disinterested in you and your goings-on. But there's no sign of Ember, no sign of the flame spirit. Unsurprising considering your surroundings. You are so close to water, and flame in a situation like this would be very detrimental to the woodland.
I don't see Ember, no, not here. I do see the rest of it, and I see Alara, and she'll wave at the wolf spirit in the Umbra, knowing that she's disinterested, but trying to be polite regardless.
The wolf once again rolls its eyes, and then gives an uptick of its head.
Eliza was right, she is a sassy broad.
You know, it must be really cool to be able to see stuff like that.
It's actually kind of disorienting at first. This first time we were in Tampa, I had to turn it off because I was getting sick a little bit from all of it. It was a lot to take in. But no, Ember's not here, but I'm not surprised. We're way far out from where we've seen her before. Like last time we saw her was at the Riverwalk. That was the first time me and Rory saw her too. I think, have you seen her before at all? Like even in Michigan?
A flame that talks cryptically?
Just a little flame.
I mean, I haven't met anything that talks cryptically, like you said.
I mean, could have just talked normally. She talked cryptically to me and Ray. But, well, if you haven't met her, they're cryptic, They talk weird. They've been asleep for a really long time, but myself and Ray, and I think even Rory, think it's worth a discussion amongst the pack to tie ourselves to her and her to us.
Well, I mean, I haven't had all of these interactions with it like you all have, so maybe talking to it as a pack could do something. I don't know. I'm not well versed in all of this spiritual mumbo jumbo as you are.
Try as you might, Juniper. Your mind goes back to that burning house and that piece of burning rubble, the flame that spoke to you, telling you that your hunger for vengeance will never be fulfilled. You know the spirit she speaks of. And if it's speaking to all of them, how long will you be able to keep this secret?
As I'm like nonchalantly out loud just being like, yeah, no, I haven't seen it. Internally, I am panicking. Just a little bit. I'm a little worried. For that exact reason, yes. So I am definitely trying to downplay the situation and used Delphine's own words against her a little bit to get out of like fully admitting that I have spoken to this spirit and know what she's talking about.
I want you to make a manipulation and subterfuge versus a wits and insight.
How much has my rage gone down since the boat? I was at 4 that
I
night.
would say you're down to a 1 now. It's been a couple of days and you've had time to rest and relax.
Am I also at a 1?
I'd say you're at a 2 in encountering Delphine and the history that you have with her. You're probably definitely at least a little stirred up.
All right, and you said manipulation and what?
Subterfuge.
Spending a willpower.
Okay, so I rolled a brutal outcome.
I got 2 successes.
Okay. So, with the brutal outcome, since this is not a damaging situation, you will have to suffer a compulsion. Let's see what compulsion you will suffer.
And there's no way for me to like use my little adverbs to make this less.
Sure, tell me what your adverbs are. Your verbs and adverbs, potentially.
So my auspice is cleverly, provocatively, or subtly, and my tribes are avenge, dismantle, and demolish.
So, subtly is good. I could see subtly working for you.
Could I argue that I am subtly dismantling Delphine's suspicions of me? Suspicious not necessarily being like you're an active person in a crime scene, but more of just like suspicions
You know
of
what?
whether or not.
I think that I can give you two fronts on this, subtly avenging and subtly dismantling. Yeah, I think you have a valid argument here for both. So I will let it pass. There will not be a compulsion. You will get the successes. It is very tight, but it works. It works.
The irony.
That's why I play the Ragabash.
So how many successes does that give you then? I mean, I think you beat her, but...
That gives me 4 successes.
Okay, so... Yep, you were able to successfully cover up the panic and anxiety you're having over trying to keep this secret. As far as Delphine is aware, you have not seen Ember.
If it makes you feel better, we could definitely talk about it as a pack, before entering any pact with Ember. I could see if we could maybe all go to the Riverwalk and find them again. Bring some candles.
Juniper, Juniper will nod her head and say, yeah, I think that's a good idea. You know, I'm honestly feeling kind of left out. Y'all are seeing this wolf thing and now this ember thing, and I'm just over here chilling.
I mean, you'll get to experience all that too. You've been Geru less time than all of us. Only a matter of time. And hey, Juniper.
Yeah, Delphine.
For what it is worth, I am sorry for screwing you over up in hell.
I'd say that it's okay, but it's not. You and Deadbeat both really fucked up there.
I know. I was angry at Sean, and I shouldn't have let that fall on you guys. You or Ray or Rory.
Yeah. But for what it's worth, you do seem to be putting in the work. And you seem a lot better in just the few weeks we've been down here than you ever were up there. And from the sounds of things, from what Stakes has said about that place, we ended up getting out of town just in time, I guess.
It helps when you don't have someone calling you worm-tainted the whole time that you're there.
I mean, we did just have whatever was on that boat say one of us, or there was extra worm tainted there, so, you know, I don't know if that's ever gonna go away.
Ray should be fine after he gets it out of his system. It's probably just swallowed a little bit of it. I mean, he tore its head off with his jaws.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure he's fine. Maybe next time we just don't jump to assumptions that everyone's worm tainted, though.
I mean, there wasn't an assumption that everyone was worm tainted.
He did kind of deflect to Deadbeat, though. Like I said, I know he sucks a lot, but he's got his moments.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of being told that you're worm tainted all the time. Did you ever, like, sort your shit out in that regard?
Sort what out?
You know, the whole, she, like, makes, like, a smoking motion with her fingers to her mouth.
You see her immediately start to retreat a little bit. She frowns and she kind of curls into herself a little bit. That's my business.
Ah, so no.
Right. And she just shaking her head, just fucking already jumping to assumptions. Just great. Another person who thinks I'm a fucking worm-tainted drug addict. I mean, I am a drug addict, but it doesn't mean I'm fucking worm-tainted. And she just is just shaking her head and getting a little, like, her foot starts tapping a little bit. I just see. I have not once asked you about your shit from before you came to us. Been very respectful of that. So don't come into my business, please.
I just did the equivalent of a "you okay, bro?" There's no need to get all tweaky about it.
I'm fine.
Mm-hmm. For the record, I'm not judging you. We've all got our shit. I was just checking in.
I'll go tweak somewhere else then.
You know, if you were a worm, I'd still keep you around.
Except I'm fucking not. And she'll start stalking away. Not interested in the conversation anymore.
As you stomp away angrily, what are your thoughts after this interaction with Juniper?
Going into it, she had, and as the conversation progressed, she was feeling good about it. She thought Juniper and her were finding some common ground. She thought that they were, like, Juniper was starting to get into a better place because she Delphine knows Juniper lost her family. She did not have a good entrance into being Guru. So she's been giving her space and helping her, letting her compartmentalize all of that and deal with it, even though she probably hasn't. And she brings up, like, she brings up the whole part of the boat with the worm, like, let's not make assumptions of people just immediately being worm tainted, and then that segues into, speaking of worm tainted, how are your drugs? So she's fucking pissed and feeling judged and feeling annoyed and feeling like she just wants to get the fuck away from everyone who keeps fucking thinking that she's a worm tainted piece of shit. Fucking Black Furies.
No matter what you try, no matter what good you do, they're just gonna keep judging you. What's it gonna take? You stomp off, leaving Juniper behind. What's going through your mind, Juniper, after this interaction with Delphine?
as I just like watch her stomp away, I just like look back down at the water and just be like, I literally said I wasn't judging. And I'm just internally grinning at myself, at my own jokes that I just made, which clearly did not necessarily land the way that I was thinking they would. But it's okay. It's okay. They'll become best friends. We'll become best friends. I know it. I am still just kind of reminiscing about murdering her parents, setting her entire house on fire. How she doesn't know that I know that she lied to me about who her parents are. About how she got us kicked out of Michigan. Just kind of starting to not really feel anything about it at all.
As you're reminiscing on the flames of the house, a voice enters into your mind once more. You can lie to them, you can lie to yourself, but you can't lie to me. We transition now to the final scene of the first half of tonight's story. Ybor City, the nightlife. Deadbeat's escape. Ever since the ship, Deadbeat, you've been spending almost every single night out in Ybor City because you have been trying to drown out the memory of what happened on that ship. Truthfully, you've probably been spending almost every night you can here in Ybor City since you've arrived in Tampa, because this experience has been anything but enjoyable for you. Whether it's getting your jaw broken or being run ragged through training, and then being sent into the fetal position by just a few words. This has been awful. So if you can get drunk, if you can dance, if you can let the beat and the rhythm of a club take you away from it all for just a few hours, so be it. So it's been another night of drinking and debauchery. But unfortunately, these nights always have to come to an end. So at 3:30 a.m., closing time, as everybody's pouring out onto the street outside of a club known as the Castle, a club that has very many themed nights like Goth Night. People are out on the curb waiting for their Ubers and Lyfts, waiting for taxi cabs. Everybody has their phones out, putting in their ride shares, asking for the names of their drivers as cars pull up. There are several individuals all gathered out on the streets. In the middle of the cobblestone roads, roosters can be seen cawing and clucking as they waddle their way through parking lots, undisturbed by the people around them, protected by the city government. You've been having a great night. You've been buying drinks. You've been taking drinks. You've been bullying people for drinks. The usual routine. It's been enjoyable. It's been fun. And you are well into your cups. Although ever since becoming a guru, it's been harder to get drunk. You've had to do double the effort, triple even sometimes. That constitution that you've gained is a blessing and a curse, and drinking has become far more expensive than it used to be. But hey, you're a good-looking guy. And if you appeal to the right individual, those drinks get paid for. And at the castle, it's really easy to find the right individual. And with the right words, you get your drinks for free. And you make sure not to go home with them. So as you stand out on the curb, your ride share ordered, waiting for the ride that's going to take you back to that house with those people and those responsibilities. You see a young woman also waiting for her ride share. She's probably in her early 20s. You've been scoping her out throughout the night in the club. She's good looking, as they often are. Dressed scantily, dressed for a night of fun. You haven't tried any moves on her, but you've seen others try, only to be rebuffed. She said she was only here to dance. She was only here to have fun. She wasn't looking to get hit on. But they never say no to you. You've got moves. So as you look over, as she's staring at her phone, her brown auburn curly hair framing her face, her caramel skin, you think maybe the night can go a little bit longer. Maybe it doesn't have to end just yet. Maybe you don't have to go home tonight. The scene is yours.
As I'm kind of standing at the curb, slightly, shifting back and forth, drinks kind of still hitting me a little bit. I think about how I'm going to approach her, and I think of the old classic move that I take out a cigarette that I probably stole from someone else. I'm just going to walk up, and I'll say, hey, you got a lighter? Just kind of show my my cigarette.
I don't smoke, and neither should you.
Just kind of stand there for a second, not like, oh, I hadn't heard that one before, kind of, or just shrugging and putting the cigarette back into his pocket. He just says, yeah, but a lot of people do think they aren't supposed to do anyways. I mean, it's not good for you. Most people here are drinking. I mean, can't be too bad everyone's doing it, huh? Or at least take that edge off a little bit.
Does this work on anybody for you?
Just kind of, he definitely thrown off his game right now. Like maybe on his face showing a little bit the confusion, kind of shock for a second, as kind of ever since the boat, I've been really craving for some sort of like power, for some sort of feeling of control. So just kind of being hit with this now just hurts a bit. As kind of blinks a couple times, and no, not at all. No, man. That's not what I was looking for here. I was just, standing out. Saw you were standing out here. Figured to strike up a conversation. I mean,
a conversation, huh? That's all you want out of this.
Oh shit! I mean, maybe now it's all I want. I mean.
First it was a light, then it's a conversation, then it's my phone number, then it's a lift home, then what? My legs around your neck? Or what? Because I guarantee you none of that's happening tonight.
Just kind of thinks for a moment, then just gives the shrugs like, I mean, if it would end like that, it'd be pretty awesome, but I mean, if it doesn't, then whatever. Just been a tough week, man.
Oh, really? Tell me your sob story.
Just annoying roommates, mainly. I can deal with some psycho, like, boss, manager guy. No, it's...
Tough shift at the 7-Eleven?
No, Nah, I don't work at 7-Eleven. I just like some contracting work shit. You know, like moving stuff around, kind of just picking up whatever odd jobs I can. No, it's just this dude that I work with. Just like I always have to do the most crazy shit. Like kind of one of those guys that's like pull yourself up by the bootstraps kind of guy. You know, like oh you need to be able to handle all this shit, and it's just annoying.
Realizing she's not going to get out of this conversation, she lets out a sigh and puts her phone in her pocket. Yeah, okay. So, well, I've heard a lot of pull yourself up by your bootstraps lately. I know the type. Things are tough. So what are you going to do about it?
I don't know. Come here, keep dancing, keep partying. I don't know, man. I'm just tired of the shit. I saw your moves out on the dance floor. It's pretty good, man. I mean, you learned to dance anywhere? You did that shit? I don't know where people go. Like, if you're one of those professional dancer types.
You've changed tactics now. Really? I thought we were having a nice conversation.
No, I just mean that genuinely. I'm not even joking.
I dance to relax. Just like you, I had a stressful week, and I'm not interested in impressing anybody. I don't need to show off. I don't need to attract anyone. That's not what I'm looking to do. I'm just looking to relax. It's funny, when you aren't trying to put on a performance and you're just being yourself, people find that more attractive than anything else.
Taking a pause, kind of just thinking about kind of how the week's been, and like more of this conversation goes on. Like at first it was just kind of like, oh, I'm gonna come up here, try and get some action, see what happens, and now just kind of more impressed as this conversation going on, and more like, wow, that this shit got some like serious bite, and like, oh, she's kind of cool actually. I mean, she hadn't really had someone like this before, you know, especially someone willing to kind of fight back in a way like this. So kind of relaxing a bit more, and as she says that, kind of takes a deep breath out, just yeah, sure. That's what they all say, isn't it? Something about being your best self with the most beautiful self.
Yeah, it's true. So are you being your best self? What's your name?
You can just call me DB.
DB. Are you being your best self?
Ever since I came down here, doesn't really feel like it. I mean, I recently moved down here like a month or so ago. Came up from here from Michigan.
Oh, a snowbird, huh? Or a transplant?
Not either. Kind of shit went bad up there, so came down here.
A runaway?
I wouldn't say I ran away. I don't know if that's how I describe it, but...
Oh, strut away? What, are you trying to impress me again?
No, that's... Look,
Listen, everybody's running from something. You don't need to put up a front.
You do this with everyone? This...
You came to me.
Shit, I mean, fair enough. Fair enough on that one. You got me there. Kind of looks around for a moment, kind of...
As you're looking around, you see down the curb a little bit a couple starting to get into an argument. A man, typical bro dude, hat turned backwards, tight t-shirt, like an Ed Hardy shirt with a dragon printed on it, bedazzled jeans, starting to kind of get a little bit puffed up as he starts raising his voice at a young, whip-thin woman in a mini skirt who's got her shoes off and she's kind of wobbling on the curb. As he starts to say, "Come on, babe," you see the woman in front of you kind of look over her shoulder and her brow furrow a little bit before looking back to you. So what are you running from? Family? Responsibility?
Just a lot of bullshit, to be honest. There's some assholes up north who kind of, they were treating everyone right, and they were just kind of being an ass to everyone. So I figured that I'd try and do something about it, knock them down a peg and see what I could do, but didn't work out quite how I liked it, wanted it to, so got in trouble there, and everyone up there was pissed off after that, so had to go somewhere. I mean, the people I'm rooming with, they were coming down to here as well, so I figured I'd hop a ride over.
So, let me get this straight. You didn't like the way you were being treated, and you thought you would give them the what for, and they didn't take it so kindly.
Yeah, kind of, when you put it like that, obvious in hindsight, kind of.
Hey, I get it. I get it. Do you think you'd do it the same way again if you could do it again?
Should take another moment to pause that, kind of thinking of mulling that question over. As I say, honestly, yeah, that guy with a dick, to be honest. And, kind of getting out of there probably was the best anyways. I mean, much of it was boring and kind of, I lived in a small town kind of area, so it wasn't really anything to do, but I mean, down here at least a lot more entertaining than, things to actually do, people to actually meet that aren't just the same five, country bucks.
I get it. But just so you know, it's okay to stand up for yourself. You should. You can't let anybody tell you who to be and how to be and who you are. But you also don't need to scorch the earth to be your own person. And you really shouldn't drag anybody down with you to be your own person either. You shouldn't have to run away to be your own person.
You some kind of life coach or therapist or something? What do you do? Just kind of have this advice, wisdom on demand?
Something like that. All I'm saying is, be genuine, be true, be honest, be real. Don't let anybody control you. Don't let anybody tell you who to be and how to be. But at the end of it all, be kind. Be real. Be true. And they'll respect you for it. Even the ones who you think are being shitty to you will be less shitty. At this point, you hear the girl down the street go, "Stop it, Travis! I'm not going home with you, okay?" He goes, "Come on, babe!" And he grabs her wrist. "Let go of me!" At this point, the girl in front of you goes, "Son of a bitch." And she turns and moves to walk down the street. As she does so, you see she kind of whips around. Something falls out of her pocket as she stalks down the street. Looking down on the ground, you see that her wallet has fallen out of her pocket. As the woman walks down the street, she confronts the man, kind of grabbing him by the shoulder, and the two of them start arguing.
Seeing that she is distracted, I look down to the wallet, kind of mulling over what I should do. The initial thought is to just take it and go, because that's free money, you know. I probably get a few drinks, you know, with this, and maybe some goodies in there. So I kind of pick it up and look over it for a moment. I kind of put it in my pocket as I still consider. As I go to like walk away, there's that voice in the back of my head that kind of tells me that maybe I should stick around. Maybe I shouldn't just ditch just yet, as I kind of look back over to her and standing up for this girl, kind of as I want to just leave, I let out a sigh and I just start walking over there, just kind of pissed off that, you know, why can't I just leave and just let this not be my business?
You see the woman arguing with the man who's clearly Travis, as he says, "I said mind your own," and then the woman you were talking to whips something out of her bag and just jams it into the man's neck, and sparks come flying out of his neck as he drops to the ground. "You've had too much to drink, Travis," she says as he twitches on the ground. She looks up towards the other woman. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I think so. Thanks." As you approach,
seeing Travis get dropped, let out just a loud laugh. Holy shit! Yo, you just got your shit rocked. I walk over. They just kind of, and I have a smile on my face, like, "Damn, you did a pretty good job. I didn't know you fucking that guy up." Oh, shit. As I kind of reach in my pocket for a second, not realizing what I'm doing, kind of acting before I think fully what I'm about to do here, as I'm gonna pull out the wallet and say, "Oh yeah, you dropped this, by the way." Just kind of handing it towards Heather, or the girl.
she turns around. "Oh." She furrows her brow, but then shakes it off. "Thanks, DB. I appreciate it." She puts it back in her pocket. "My name's Heather, by the way."
Nice. Hey, I mean, good to finally have a name. You good, by the way? I'm gonna look over to the other girl. Just you gonna be okay? Got a ride back or whatever?
Yeah, I'm okay." Heather looks to you. "I'm actually gonna make sure she gets home okay, but she opens up the wallet and fishes out a card. "Give me a call sometime. I think you've earned it this time." She passes the card to you, and it says, "Heather Rivers, licensed therapist."
Just, I look over the card for a second, as internally I'm like, "Oh fuck, god damn it." But I'm just gonna smile. Just, "Oh hey, I mean, hit right on the money, huh?"
"You pegged me. Question is, have I pegged you?"
I actually let out a laugh to that one. Damn. Well, I'll give you a call sometimes, Heather.
I hope you do. At this point, a car pulls up and she opens the door for the other girl who climbs in. You take care of yourself, DB. I'll be looking forward to your call.
I'll give a nod to that, give her a wave bye, and I start walking back towards my spot, making sure that, I don't miss my ride.
She climbs into the other side of the car and it pulls off away from the curb. Travis still twitching on the sidewalk. What's going through your mind?
Actually, before I fully leave Travis, can I see if he has his wallet on him?
Sure, give me a wits and investigation.
Look, I didn't get it from Heather. I'm gonna at least get it from somebody. Do I have 1 rage or what did I like 2?
You have, I'll say 2 rage.
Wits and investigation.
Yeah.
That would be 2 successes.
Yeah, you can find his wallet easy enough. Wallet, phone, keys.
I'll take his wallet and his phone, and then I'll walk off. But I think to myself that this was a very interesting encounter. I feel, for some reason, I feel kind of good. Like normally, I just do what I want. Kind of taking that wallet would probably be the easier thing. I mean, she's a therapist. She probably makes good money too. I probably could have gotten a lot with that, but for some reason, I feel slightly better about this whole situation, especially about taking this dumbass's wallet and keep phone instead. The guy actually did something wrong. Kind of haven't felt like it's good with myself in quite a while, especially like genuinely kind of happy with myself. So it's a very odd feeling that I'm not. I don't even know if I could even know the definition or just define it myself. As I'm kind of standing, looking around, make sure my ride's there, then I'm kind of feeling a bit, happier. It's a more fulfilling sense of happiness as opposed to the fleeting one that I feel after every night and going home to the empty feelings again.
As your ride pulls up and you climb into the back seat, prepared to go home alone, back to the responsibilities, you do feel a little bit of weight off your shoulders. You do feel a little vindicated. You do feel like you got some of your power back. Because doing the right thing, doing the good thing, maybe there's something to that. Maybe there's something to being your true self. And maybe your true self isn't always a deadbeat. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the second half of tonight's story.
St. Petersburg by Night is brought to you through collaborations with our partnered vendors: Chromatic Creations, Panshi Artista, Ember Fox Dice, Devlin the Bard, Champs Tramps, and Howlin' Hop Tea. Links to our partnered vendors, as well as our Twitch and YouTube channels, can be found on our website, stpbynight.com. You could follow St. Pete by Night on all socials with the hashtag St. Pete by Night. If you wish to support our program, you can do so at coffee.com/St. Pete by Night to help keep the stories rolling.
Welcome back. In the first half, we saw 2 interesting conversations between pack members, and then we saw a deadbeat act a little against his nature of sorts. But now, as we return, Delphine, after her confrontation with Juniper, finds herself crossing the cairn, looking for a helping hand, a kind word, perhaps even a mentor, a spiritual mentor. Delphine, you were given permission to approach Eliza Ross by Charles at the end of your test. So as you cross the cairn, as you enter into the cairn proper, still feeling a little bit of that resistance from the cairn when you get close, you see her over in the garden, tilling some soil, still wearing that long sundress, although it's got some dirt patches from clearly kneeling in the dirt. Her long silvery gray hair down to her shoulders, loose. Before you're even 10, 15 feet away, she looks over in your direction and smiles and gestures to a trowel that is stuck in the dirt just further down the plot from her.
Delphine is still just breathing just a little bit heavily from just everything with Juniper, and also just feeling the pushback from the edge of the cairn. But she does approach out of just pure fear, just casually looking over her shoulder, looking around for Charles, then remembering, I have permission now. I don't have to worry about it. And walks over to her and kneels down on the ground and looks at the trowel, uncertain of what to do with it.
Just stick it in the dirt and start digging, darling.
She picks it up and starts stabbing into the earth with it.
That's right. Now turn the dirt over. We're just trying to freshen it up.
She'll turn it over. My mom hired people to do our garden up in Michigan.
I understand, but there's nothing like getting your hands dirty yourself. I find it soothing, relaxing.
She nods, not really getting it just yet. Just feels like she's just playing in the dirt. But she does look at her out of the corner of her eye. Charles gave me permission to talk to you now, so I won't have to get threatened with a leash and collar again.
He told me. I'm very proud of you.
She furrows her brow a bit, a foreign phrase to her.
I heard y'all did well on the boat.
Well is a relative term.
Take pride in your accomplishments, my dear. They come few and far between in this life.
I think we did our best. We probably could have done a little bit better. I don't think we were fully understood exactly what we were dealing with, but now that we have a better understanding, we'll be more prepared next time.
Are you alive?
Yes,
Is your pack alive?
they are.
Relatively undamaged?
Physically, I think most of the wounds have healed, but there's still some mental trauma with the boys, and probably all the rest of them.
Are the leeches dispatched of?
Yeah, they're dead. Again.
Did you learn something?
We did, I think.
Then I consider that a success, and so should you.
She nods.
It's never going to be perfect. There's no such thing. Even in all my years of being a guru, I have never had a perfect encounter. And in our time together, I'm going to tell you stories of things that I've done, even recently, where I have been far less than perfect.
Yeah. We know that there's a lot of history here and baggage probably from what I was kind of getting off of Aspen.
Oh, yes.
With the whole Oathbreaker thing, there's probably definitely a story there.
There certainly is.
And Matthias being cagey about how many theurges were in the Sept.
Well, yes. There are stories.
So how are we going to, I don't know how to go about asking when do we start, I guess.
We already have. We started the last time we spoke.
Right. I've been trying to be better at it. I thought I was having a good moment with Juniper, but it turned sour at the end and didn't end where I want it to.
Why?
I got upset with her. She upset me.
And what about that makes you think that it was a sour moment? It was a vulnerable moment for you. You showed your true emotions and self. You had a real moment with her, Delphine. A real moment of vulnerability.
She probably just thinks I'm just a cagey drug, tweaky. That's the word she used, tweaky drug addict.
Are you?
100%. Charles makes sure to remind me of it.
I'm not asking what Charles thinks. What do you think?
I think that I found something that makes me feel something, and people seem to have a problem with it.
I understand. I know you probably don't know much about stargazers or what we are or what our reputation is.
They mentioned you were kicked out of the nation or weren't nation or something like that.
We left. Many say that we abandoned the nation, walked away. We found something that the others didn't approve of, and they judged us for it. Sound familiar?
Very much so.
But as to their concerns, do you think it's judgment or do you think it's worry?
Deadbeat doesn't care.
Are you sure?
Deadbeat doesn't care about if I do it or not. He kind of just goes with whatever people want. He goes with the flow. Ray judges me for sure. I do think he has some concern, but he's a goody two shoes. Good lieutenant, good soldier. America, fuck yeah. He is judging me. Judging, mostly worrying a little bit. Rory,
I'll ask you to watch your mouth in front of the flowers.
She pauses and just leans back a little bit, just shocked. Sorry.
Go on.
I think Rory's a little concerned, but won't get involved unless it's going to hurt more than just myself. And I don't think that Juniper cares at all. She's got her own shit she's dealing with.
You might be right. Or you might just be seeing the surface. Like you said, everyone has their own shit. Sorry, flowers.
Sorry.
But sometimes you need to look deeper those experiences that they've had, they create masks and shields used to cover up the pain that they feel within, the worry that they feel within. They color their views and opinions. So what you see as judgment, what you see as not caring, may be a coping strategy, a way of dealing with the hurt that they're really feeling, the worry that they're really feeling. It may be a way to mask their concern for you, or perhaps their concern for someone else that's been in your situation. Maybe what you're going through hits too close to home.
She has just fully stopped digging. And is instead now just like picking at like loose thread on her skirt. Kind of just like in like some anxiety, some like a childish response almost of just having to hear things that are 100% what it like the blunt truth, and just kind of not wanting to process it but having to process it.
I'm going to tell you something, and it's going to be hard for you to hear, but I promise you it's going to be the only time I'm going to say it, and I'm going to leave it after now. But I want you to listen. Delphine, you're killing yourself. You are poisoning yourself slowly but surely. And you are worm-tainted. But I understand why. And I will never judge you for it. I will never question. I will never push you. I will never force you to change. But you are doing that. That is happening. And if you want help, I will help you. But you have to make that decision. I will teach you everything you want to know, everything you want to learn. But your struggle will only get harder. And your ability to do what needs to be done will be that much more difficult. Drugs aren't the problem. Hell, I use drugs of my own in my rituals. But the drugs I use are given to me by Gaia. Given to me by the wild. They are not manufactured by the weaver and the worm. And they're for ritualistic purposes only. This is the last I'm going to speak of this. I will not bring it up again. This is just a harsh truth. And when you're ready, on your own time, I will be here. And I will understand. I will not cast another judgment on you. I had not cast a judgment on you the first time. I saw it, I knew it. But I did not think lesser of you for it. Like you said, everyone has their own struggles, everyone has their own past. I know that better than anyone. When this Sept found me, I was probably in a worse state than you think you are now, than others think you are now. I had lost everything it is to be a guru. You have value and worth, even in this state and condition. And don't let anyone tell you otherwise, or make you feel otherwise.
Her eyes are glassy as she's like holding back some tears. And she swallows really hard. So I could tell you things and you'd believe me even if they sound insane, because that's not the experience I've had with the urges so far.
Oh, darling. I could tell you things that would make you think I'm insane.
Like what?
You go first.
I saw a giant dead spider floating over Tampa.
Oh, so you've seen the city.
The spider was the city?
In no uncertain terms, yes.
It's dead, though.
Spirits never truly die. It's a state of being. It's a representation that the worm is strong here. The worm has corrupted the weaver in this area. That is what we are working to combat. That's why you're here. That's why the Sept is here. It will not stay dead. The more progress that we make, it will be revived.
So that was okay.
No, it's certainly not. It's terrible, but...
I meant, like, normal. For the circumstances.
It's a terrible circumstance, but it is to be expected, yes. Considering that this city, this state, has been without Guru for a decade until recently, yes.
Okay, good, because I was worried that I could tell Charles or I could tell Aspen or whoever and they weren't going to believe me. I had a hard enough time getting people to believe that there was a wolf trying to pick us off up north in Michigan, and even then they didn't believe me until Stakes finally said something.
I understand. When you're dealing with Fenris, there are still those that don't understand that Fenris isn't fully on the nation's side any longer. We've encountered many of the cult here over the last few years, and we have a better understanding of their motives and operations. You'll have more empathy here about the wolf than in other places.
Wait, so it could be here too? It's not just stuck in Michigan?
No, but Fenris is like the other patrons, a greater spirit. It travels.
She feels a little bit of dread in her stomach now, not just because she knows that the wolf can show up here now, but now because she thinks that Deadbeat might have already seen it. I think Deadbeat was saying something about a wolf to me, that he thinks that it was talking to him, and I checked the Umbra and I thought that it was just Alara because Alara happened to be there when I looked, but he said it was angry and aggressive.
Then it is quite likely an avatar or servant of Fenris, yes. They have had presence here in the past. They are likely still aware of this area.
I was a bitch to him afterwards and he was actually telling me something.
Then it looks like you have work to do.
He's like, I gotta watch the house now.
Let me tell you something, Delphine. Fenris is powerful, yes. But there is nothing to be afraid of. You have a patron yourself. A patron that watches over you. A patron that protects you. A patron as powerful as Fenris. put your faith in that patron to protect you. Fenris is a lot of growl. It relies upon that fear that you feel. It expects you to cower. It wants you to be afraid. Because if you're afraid, it can hunt.
She'll nod. And then she'll get up. I think I need to go make sure the house is okay.
I'm watching over the city, Delphine. It's my duty as Right Master.
I think all of us might need your help at some point. Just because none of us know what the fuck we're doing. Sorry, flowers.
We're here. You can trust us. As much as Charles may have been hard on you, you have to understand why. You have to understand the seriousness of the situation here. This is a life or death situation, but it's not because we think less of you. It's because we believe you're destined for more.
She nods. It's gonna take us a while to figure out the trust part, but we all at least decided that we wanted to stay.
I understand. It took me a while to trust them as well. They are a raggedy bunch, but they have good intentions and good hearts. I wouldn't still be here if they didn't. They believed in me when I asked them to take a leap of faith. A very, very big leap of faith. And I'm grateful eternally for it.
We can start crossing that bridge, building that fence, or mending that fence. Mending the bridge. I don't know.
We'll get there.
Thanks.
Was there anything else you wanted to talk about? Perhaps a pack patron?
Yeah, we might need your help with that because none of us know what we're doing. But we have a little spirit that's been following us since Michigan that at least 3 of us seem pretty adamant about having as our patron.
I see. Well, I can look into it. I can see that the patron that's been described is peculiar for certain, but I believe if you bring the pack together, it's more likely that the spirit will make an appearance, and then I can further study it to determine what kind of spirit it is and what its intentions are. And if it's able to make an appearance within the Cairn proper, that means good things, or at least better things.
We saw it by the river walks. I haven't seen it around here, though.
That's at least some information, but not quite enough.
I know that Juniper wants us to talk about the possibility before committing to anything, but when we do, would you like to potentially come? We were gonna possibly just go back down to the Riverwalk and find her.
Whatever you need, I'm here to help.
I just didn't know if you I've only ever seen you here. Do you guys all live here, or do you guys have apartments or houses or whatever?
I live here, and Lucas lives here, but the others tend to come and go. They have their own places that they stay at.
Okay. So would we need to come pick you up? And Ray, I could probably have Ray drive over and pick you up if we figure that out. Do you have a cell phone number?
No.
Oh. Okay.
Ask a spirit to come find me. Most of them are familiar with me around here. That's the best means of communication if you can't come get me yourself.
I will keep that in mind.
Also, you'll find most cell phones don't work out here. It's pretty remote.
Yeah, and she pulls out her phone, sees no bars. It's been making it hard to listen to music on the jog up.
That's why you make your own music. You'll find that nature has quite a symphony to itself.
She looks around. I'm still adapting to that part.
You'll hear it. Remember what I said. All of what I said. You'll find no judgment here, Delphine.
She nods and starts backing away. I should head back, though, Deadbeat. I need to talk to him.
Take care of yourself.
I will.
As you turn and walk away, Eliza turns back to the dirt, and you hear the sound of the trowel hitting the earth and turning it over. What are your thoughts as you walk away from Eliza, considering everything that was said?
The walk down to where we can get into vehicles and everything is full of her just thinking about how Eliza didn't judge her when she said something crazy and even gave her an explanation, and how she now knows that the thing that was following them up in Michigan has a name even, and apparently a cult around it. And she's thinking about how it's hard to trust being what they are after hell, but Eliza and them seem to try to mean well, and while Charles has his own way of going about it, he is trying to ensure that they are capable of keeping themselves alive here, and she's understanding of it, but she was not ready for the dreaded talk, blunt truth that every addict has to face, with the knowledge that they already know that, yes, they know that they are not doing good, that they're hurting themselves every time. And she didn't want to hear it. She very much still is not wanting to deal with that aspect of the conversation. And in fact, that part of the conversation had her so shaken and wanting to forget so much that the second she was within cell service, she would send a text to Spud asking if they could meet up.
Truths can be very, very difficult to face. Some harder than others. And everyone in this pack has truths that they're trying to escape. We transition to our next scene, where two pack members might be trying to avoid truths of their own. Rory and Deadbeat haven't always had the best relationship. You would think two bone gnars from the same tribe would get along. You would think they'd have so much in common that a bond would form almost immediately. Instead, upon meeting each other, there was almost an immediate dislike formed, leading back to their first meeting in hell. And there has been a rivalry ever since. But that rivalry has softened since their arrival in Tampa. It seems like the walls that were formed between the two have started to crack just a little bit. Maybe it's because of the unnerving experiences that Rory has had. Maybe it's because of Deadbeat's confidence being shaken. Maybe it's just because they haven't had a run-in yet. But some things are unavoidable. And tonight, it's just the two of them, alone in the house. Our scene begins as Rory, intent on going out for a night on the town, finds Deadbeat on the couch, watching TV. The scene is yours.
So, as Rory comes out of her room, she's wearing clothes that are actually clean, like a little nicer than she's normally worn around the house. Might even have looking closely, a little bit of lip gloss and some like mascara on, like really kind of done up for her. And she'll go grab her bag. This all you're planning on doing tonight?
You see me on the couch laying down, have like a blanket over me with a bag of chips nearby as I'm watching some TV on the couch laying down. There's like some crumbs of chips on the blanket of just laying there, very lazily eating. As I look over, what's it matter to you? You going out?
No, I just got dressed up for fun.
Yeah, right. Yeah, whatever. No, I don't got much planned tonight. I'm just gonna lay down here and eat some chips, watch some, WWE here.
She'll go over and she'll steal one of the chips from the bag.
I like go to object, but I'm just too lazy to get up and like do anything about it. So I'm just like, oh man, no. At least ask for it first.
Oh, like you would have.
I mean, you don't know. Maybe, or at least I wouldn't have done it, and I wouldn't have at least gotten caught or done it so obviously.
All right. That sounds like a bit of a challenge there.
Like, you'd be surprised of how subtle I can actually be. I mean,
As subtle as a brick wall.
hey, people are drunk at a party. It's all you don't need to be exactly super subtle to get what you need.
No, it definitely does help. But also, like, subtlety is not just in actions.
Fair. Suppose. So I guess, going out. Assume you don't have someone that you're with that take a problem with that. Saw that tattoo you had. Don't you got like a boo thing or whatever?
No, I don't.
Oh my god, don't tell me. Did you get a tattoo of someone you're with and you're not with them anymore? That's actually so fucking funny.
She's gonna kind of like do that smile that you do when you like really want to punch someone in the face. Isn't that a story you would like to know?
Shit, I'm all ears. I love to hear about that kind of shit. It's always funny when you see someone do that. You've never catch me dead getting shit like that on me.
How about this? I'll give you a chance to earn it. A secret on me that no one else here has.
Well, it sounds like you're gonna make this into some sort of challenge or something like that? What's it gonna be? Gonna be getting you some money or whatever? Or what's up?
I need a wingman tonight.
Wingman? Man, where are you going to? Are we going some like country fucking bar? If we are, then I don't know. But if we're going somewhere like Ybor, and then shit, I won't pass the opportunity to go to Ybor.
I figured you would know the better places to go. And I'm not all just country.
Any part of country is bad enough already. But
You'd be surprised how many of your rock songs are actually covers of country songs.
The less I know, the better. All it matters is that they made it better with rock. Okay.
Sure, they did. I will say Guns N' Roses did do a good cover.
Yeah, you're already admitting it. But what kind of action are you trying to see? Are you trying to get to some real kinky people? Like, where are you trying to go? Like,
No.
what kind of action?
Well, since our funds have been cut down, buskin' ain't covering that.
It's probably somewhere with no entrance fee, it sounds like. Like, I mean, there's some places in Ybor that are pretty good. I mean, I'll just try and figure out where in Ybor. The castle is where you find some, that's where you find the certified freaks there. Get some people dressed up all kind of crazy styles, and they got an entrance fee and everything.
I'm not caring about how they're dressing. I do my best work when I have someone helping. But if you're not up for the job, I can manage on my own.
You're the one asking me, saying that I would know the area better, so I'm trying to figure out what kind of area you want to go to. God damn it! I didn't say I'm not gonna do it.
You never said you were gonna do it either. And she'll get up off the couch with the chips.
Just gonna shake my head, like visibly grumpy, as I just grab the blanket, kind of throw it to the floor, not caring that I just spilled crumbs all over the floor now. That just, stand up, very lazily dressed with just like a plain t-shirt and some like, cozy sweatpants. Just hold on, I'll change to something a little bit better here, but look, I didn't say I wouldn't. Let me just get something better, and we'll go from there. All right, we'll see what kind of action we can get into.
All right. I'll let you go take your time getting all dolled up, all pretty like.
Yeah, sure, whatever. Just kind of shaking my head. I go over to my room and get dressed up for tonight. Just something like not nothing much better. Just a muscle tee for sure. Something that shows off his build a lot more. It fits a lot tighter. Just something like that. Some jeans. Getting some like jewelry on, like some necklaces. Some maybe a ring or two that he stole from someone else that probably don't fit his fingers very well, but he still kind of slides on and he holds on to anyways.
They're knuckle rings. They're too small.
So as you pick through the clothing, nope, this one has fur on it. Nope, this one still smells. Nope. Okay, this one's clean enough. You eventually put an ensemble together and wander back out into the living room.
Is his tattoo showing?
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe bring like a flannel or something, just in case.
Flannel? Why the hell I need a flannel?
Tattoos are a good indicator. If you get caught, that is. And she'll motion that all of hers are currently covered up.
Oh, I get a lot more what we're doing here. All right, hold on. Let me go. I'll find something that's a little bit more long sleeve here.
Was I not obvious enough when I mentioned the funds?
I mean, I really didn't care, to be honest, but now I'm a lot more interested in this than the other thing. Let's hold on. Yeah, I'll go back and get just a long sleeve muscle tee, something that's just still very skin tight as I just come back out. All right, let's get this shit on the road here. It's gonna be a bit hot out, but whatever.
I didn't say you needed to wear it now. And she'll head out to the car, and as an olive branch, she'll let Deadbeat pick the music tonight.
Yeah, putting on my Spotify playlist in the car. I imagine we don't have anything fancy enough that would be Bluetooth, so we just connect the aux
No,
cord
she
in.
definitely has the type of car where you need the cassette aux cord to plug in, and it still sounds so bad.
Yeah, it's like putting on some like Avenged Sevenfold on right now, and it just sounds absolutely horrendous. But don't mind. I really don't mind. I'm not used to that good of speakers, anyways. Not like we have a JBL here.
Okay, so climbing in the car, getting the tunes playing, start driving towards Ybor City once more. Deadbeat, it's been a couple of days since you visited Ybor. You haven't been back since that interaction with Heather. And as you're headed that way, you're replaying that night through your head. You know what you're going to do. It's become clear, based off of Rory's intentions, that this is going to be trouble. That you're going to go cause some mischief. It could be fun, could be profitable, but is it the type of person you want to be? Is this truly you? So on the ride down, as the songs are blaring through the speakers, eventually you take the exit that leads to Ybor, going over the cobblestones, past the cigar factory, eventually finding parking in one of the gravel parking lots with the dumpsters out behind several of the big brick buildings. Climbing out of the car, you head out to the street, crowded with people as it is almost every night, weeknight or not. You think about the castle, Deadbeat, but you know that this is a regular haunt of yours, and if you do get caught, that's a place you want to be able to go back to. Plus, wouldn't be a bad thing to run into Heather again. You actually enjoyed that conversation, and you definitely don't want her to see you doing this. So maybe not there. There are some bars that you wouldn't care if you didn't have to go back to. That's going to be the spot. Sports bar. That's the one. That's where you're going to go. It's game night. The Tampa Bay Lightning are playing. So it's going to be crowded. Because it's a home game. And the game's over now. So everybody's flooded into Ybor City, if not downtown Tampa proper. So it's going to be busy. And lo and behold, once you get there, it is busy. It's crowded. Wall-to-wall people. Loud, noisy, packed. It's exactly the conditions that are perfect for what Rory wants to get up to. But is it what you want to get up to? Is it what you want to be remembered for? Is it the kind of potential guilt you want to carry from this place tonight? What's going through your mind now?
As I'm kind of getting here, getting settled and scoping things out, thoughts kind of creeping in my mind. Not something I'm used to be honest. I could just do these things and not have a second thought and be completely fine with it. I've accepted the fact that I was not a great person, that I was always going to be a shitty person. That's just how it is. That's who I am. So the idea now, these thoughts coming in, feeling a slight amount of guilt over these things feels wrong. It feels really shitty, and I don't like it. It's kind of looking a little bit troubled as I'm doing all this, kind of little bit conflicted, like, you know, not really in the moment as much as I'd like to be.
The one thing that assuaged your guilt that night was targeting bad people. Travis was a bad person. He was going to hurt that girl. No meant no. Maybe there's something to that. Maybe if you can find a mark that's a bad person, at least that'll take the sting off it. Maybe that's enough. But can you get Rory to go along with it? Can you help her focus a target on someone that'll make it a little bit easier on you? Or is she in charge of tonight's activities, and do you have to just go along with it? Rory, you've arrived. The bar is packed, full of perfect marks, perfect opportunities, and they're all drunk or in the process of drinking. This is a bankroll waiting to happen. The scene is yours.
She'll park the car and then kind of scope out the scene. Have a little bit of like a grin and like a sense of comfort to her that she hasn't had in a while. So, who are you thinking?
I'm kind of looking around, you know, the look of like not fully being in the moment, kind of a bit present, you know, a little bit out of it as I'm. Maybe we should probably give it a little bit of a chance here, let things kind of play out so we can get a better idea of who to, you know, be the best target. Maybe talk around a little bit, you know, socialize.
Alright. I can play that game.
I'm sure you're very familiar with it.
More than you realize, and she'll get out of the car.
Okay. Heading into the bar, it's as described. Very full. They do... Actually, you go to the door and they ask for IDs. It is a 21 and up situation, and I realize that neither of you are 21.
Yep. I will present my fake ID that I have gotten from...
That's true, you do have a mask, so you are good.
Rory will feel around her wallet and start to panic. Not her wallet, her bag, and start to panic a little bit, making her, like, muttering, like, please don't tell me I forgot it kind of noises, and, like, really playing up the act that she just genuinely forgot her ID.
Well?
Shoot, I think I left it in my other bag.
Guess you'll have to go home and get it then.
Guess I will. I'll catch you later, DB.
I mean, can't you just make an exception this one time, bro? I can tell you she's old enough. She's also 21. We're good. Like, bro, it's fine.
Give me a charisma and persuasion. Or manipulation and subterfuge.
Manipulation, subterfuge, yeah, that's what I want.
So I can do charisma and persuasion, but I can also give you an assistant die for subterfuge.
Yeah, if you want to do that, go ahead.
And here's an assistance die.
Am I still at 2 rage?
I'd say you're down to 1 now. That reality check probably took some of the fire out of your belly.
How much would I have gone down? Because I imagine I was still at 4 with talking.
You're down to
away.
1 now. It's been a few days. Yeah.
Guys, you won't believe I'm actually kind of decent at lying. 5 successes.
He looks Rory over. The doorman looks Rory over. All right, but don't tell anyone. And
I'll let
jerks
her
his
feel.
head.
Thank you kindly, sir.
Yeah,
And
thanks,
she'll
bro. Appreciate it.
scoot on in.
So as you walk inside, the bar is packed, crowded. It's going to take a while to get a good drink at this place, at the bar, but drinking wasn't exactly your first priority tonight anyway. There are a lot of people. It's hard to make out conversations very clearly or to get anyone's attention right off the bat. And it's really hard to get a read on people, Deadbeat. It's really hard to pick out the type of people here. So, what's the plan?
Kind of at this point get in. I'm actually gonna look to Rory. Like once we get far enough away to be like out of earshot, like I'll just kind of nudge you with my elbow. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you? You don't have a fake ID?
No, it's kind of hard to get one with my history.
What the fuck history do you have to make it hard?
Why don't you Google my name sometime?
I'm not some creep. I don't just look up people's names online like a weirdo.
Well, now you have my blessing to be a weirdo. And she's gonna kind of look for a table to post up at, kind of make herself a little bit more appealing, because she kind of wants to go for like the sleazy guy that's gonna be drunk and like wants to offer her drinks and all that.
Sure. I'll say you eventually do find a table. It is a bit of a wait, though, as most of the tables are taken up throughout the evening. But after about an hour of kind of loitering and waiting around, you do eventually find a table opens up and you snag it quickly before anybody else can get the minute to sit down. As for making yourself appealing, you are tiny and it is a very crowded room. Give me a manipulation and persuasion.
Do I add my beautiful?
Yes. Now, you do have this big, muscular guy with you, so you probably would want him to...
You cut out at the end there?
I said, you do have this big, muscular guy with you, so you'd probably want him to drop back or fade out.
Yeah, I'll like actually take up a spot that's nearby, but not like to at least be kind of not associated, but close enough to still be able to listen in and to step in if needed.
I got 3 successes.
Okay. Again, it takes some time. It's a very, very crowded establishment. There are a couple who kind of look your way. They maybe kind of give you eyes, make eyes at you, but nobody really approaches. Nobody really gets up the nerve or the gumption to approach. It isn't that kind of crowd, or at least not yet.
Since you said it's a sports bar, is there some kind of game on?
There's a repeat of the hockey game that was on earlier tonight, but it's gotten late enough in the evening that we'll say there's a West Coast hockey game on now.
Okay. What teams?
We'll say the LA Kings and the Calgary Flames.
All right. She's gonna mosey up over towards one of them now that she's kind of found a mark, someone that might be easy to get. And just kind of, she's gonna order a Coke first. And then if she can pick up the conversation, she'll butt in.
Okay. Give me a wits and awareness.
That is 2.
Yeah, so they're talking about the season so far. They're talking about how well or poorly their teams are doing. This is when Kent shows his lack of how well the teams are doing this season. So
It's okay, Sam.
yeah, their team is doing particularly badly, but they're hoping they're going to have a better end to the season before the playoffs. I think the playoffs are happening right now. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe the season's already over. I'm not even sure. But, we'll just make it up. So, they're talking about sports.
After a little bit of like their back and forth, Rory will just kind of like say loud enough where they could hear her, but more so to herself, like, I don't know, I think the other team's got it this game.
At that point, they turn and, oh, you think so, huh? And they bring you into the conversation.
Why not? Anything can happen, and well, look at the score already.
I don't know, they're down, and it's getting pretty late in the game. I mean, late in the second period, 3 goals down. They'd have to have a real comeback to get back into this one.
But isn't that what makes these games exciting?
I don't know, I've never liked a blowout.
She'll shrug at that.
So, you seem a little young to be here.
I know, I kind of look young. It's the genetics.
Can I get you a drink?
I appreciate it, but I'm driving tonight. Prefer not to have any in my system when I'm behind the wheel.
Fair enough. Like a girl that's responsible.
Thank you. I wish others would appreciate that.
So what brings you down to Ybor tonight? You with friends?
My roommate's wandering around. And she'll go to look to see where Deadbeat's at.
You see him kind of posted up off to one side near the wall, keeping an eye on you. So as they continue their conversation about sports, trying to clue you into the conversation, what's your next play?
She's gonna continue to talk them up a little bit about hockey, because I also don't know much about hockey. Try and see if it's just they're a fan of the sport, if they've like played, try and like pick an angle to try and distract them.
Okay. Give me a charisma and... Yeah, give me charisma and persuasion. You can add your beautiful to this to see how engaging a conversationalist you are, because the more successes you get, the more really engaged they'll be. You're already well on your way because you've got them talking.
That is 6 with a crit.
Okay, they are in. They are talking you up. They say that they, played hockey when they were younger. They got into the high school team, but they couldn't make it into college. They've just been a fan of the sport ever since, and they are just talking and talking and talking your ear off. It is amazing how they can go on about the game. They don't seem aggressively eager. They're just really fans of the sport, and they're really interested that you take such an interest in it. So they're just happy to be talking to you, but they don't seem to have any ill intentions or motives about it. They're just really enjoying talking about the game with you.
Okay. As Rory's talking, she's kind of gonna put her hand behind her back to, in a sense, wave Deadbeat over. And she's gonna tell them stories of, oh yeah, growing up in, colder weather and ice skating and playing a little bit of hockey with her brother, and just keep them talking.
Okay.
I feel like I'm putting 2 and 2 together. I know, see the signals, yeah, she must trying to get things engaged. And I start to make my way over as, I kind of get close enough. The messages, the words of Heather kind of playing in my head as I see them talking with Rory, and not really feeling like bad dudes. They just seem like everyday average Joes who are just really excited about hockey and chill. So I kind of get up close and I stop, kind of standing there for a moment as Can I notice anything else going on, or like, if I just take one moment to look around, like before I do anything?
Give me
Like, try to see-
give me a wits and awareness.
I am going to actually, for once, use a willpower.
One of those precious
Wow.
willpower.
Oh my goodness! I got 4, 5, 6, 7 with a crit.
It is a very busy night, but it is not a bad night. It is a nice night at the bar. There is nothing untoward happening at the bar this night. There are opportunities, plenty of opportunities. There are great opportunities to pick some pockets, but do they deserve it? Probably not. This is a crisis of conscience.
The moment I stop, and as I kind of think about this, I look at Rory and realize, like, my hesitation, and realize, like, oh, I'm kind of looking weak. Like, I'm kind of looking like a bitch in front of Rory right now. What am I doing? Like, I feel shitty about this, but what am I doing? Like, this is what I always do. This is fine. This is not an issue. This is what I do. And I'm gonna go to pick their pockets.
Okay. Give me a dexterity and larceny.
May I give him an assistance?
Sure.
That is 2 successes.
Okay. I will say, because of the successes that Rory had engaging them in conversation, the difficulty went down dramatically. You are able to successfully pick their pocket. However, this was her idea, not yours. You have violated the none may control me tenet, conviction. Therefore, you are taking stains. She controlled you into doing this.
Yeah, that's that is. So I imagine, like, I feel really shitty as I do this. Like, I can really just feel.
You feel good now. You feel fine now, but you're gonna regret this later.
Okay, regret this. Okay, it's
Yeah.
more of a regret.
You feel fine now, but when you leave, you're gonna feel worse about it later.
Yeah,
So you're
okay,
gonna take one stain against Toronto that you will have to roll off later.
All right. So yeah, I'll get it, and then I'll just give a nod to Rory as I just walk away back towards, like, another corner or something.
When she sees the nod, she's going to continue the conversation a little while longer, get another drink for Deadbeat, and be like, I really enjoyed it. It's nice to see that there are some nice folks down here.
Oh yeah, it was great talking to you. Thanks for chatting with me for a little while. I know I can go on and on and on, but it's just good to see another hockey fan.
Oh, it's all right. I have a roommate that won't shut up either. And same one that's here with me tonight. I should probably bring us our drinks back, though, but
Well, you have a good night.
you as well. And she'll go head over to Deadbeat.
Okay. You bring him his drink, and the two of you may carry on.
Yeah, it's I'll give a nod, especially, like, make sure we're out of earshot of anyone, or, like, conversation's low enough so other people aren't hearing. Just saying, yeah, I got it from each of them. Got a pretty decent haul here. We, probably should get out of here before
Don't
anyone
take
gets
it
wise.
all. Just take enough for it not to be noticed. We'll split up the wallets back by their feet. And then we'll head out.
Yeah, sure, whatever. We probably wouldn't know it anyways, but yeah, we can decent amount in here. Like I said, though, yeah, we should dip after this, though. Just make sure nothing, no suspicion gets on us. Maybe hit somewhere else.
Can I do an insight check on Deadbeat?
Sure. Roll me a wits and insight.
So I'm rolling a manipulation subterfuge.
Yeah, if you want to cover it up, yeah. If you're trying to hide the feelings you're feeling.
I only got 2 successes.
Okay.
I'm gonna put the picture in chat, but I got another crit with 6 successes.
Okay. So I would say you can read that he is feeling some sort of way about this.
Yeah, like I'm just very obviously like uncomfortable, and there's some sort of like tension with what I'm feeling. Like I'm not happy about what just happened as much.
She's gonna kind of just give him a look over. Her eagerness that she had for tonight kind of like fades into like understanding in a sense, and she's gonna put the cash back in their wallets.
Okay.
What are we doing?
You're
hand it over?
You're feeling some kind of way. If you
No, I'm not.
if you feel they're not a good mark, we can slip it back.
What, you think I'm pussying out right now? You think I can't handle it?
I'm not thinking you're pussying out or can't handle it. If anything, you're showing me actual strength right now.
Actual strength. What do you know about actual strength? What is actual strength, huh?
It's not just in muscle. And not as much as I would like to know, if we're gonna be honest here.
I will. Like, my face is very tight, like I have a, frown right now. I look pretty pissed off, as my shoulders are very tensed up, and I'll just take a deep breath, think about what Heather said, and exhale, as I will reach, like, kind of put my hand out to grab the wallets, and I'm gonna say, I'll give it back to them. We can find a different place that has better, marks and everything. It will be better.
We don't have to do that tonight. If it's gonna bother you that much, I'll just go back and watch wrestling, I guess.
No, it's not that. It's they're just dudes. Like, look at them. They're just chill guys. They're just drinking, talking about the game and whatever. I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, it just feels kind of like shitty. Weird as that may sound coming from me, but isn't that what the kind of rat was all talking about, right? Like, not fucking over people that are like, not deserving of it or whatever. I mean, maybe like some other dudes that are causing a fucking ruckus down in Ybor. There's plenty of people like that who are making noise and being assholes, but I mean, these guys, I don't know, it's just too easy and just kind of shitty. Like a bad taste in my mouth.
I get what you mean. She'll take the wallets. I'll go get us another round and I'll put these back.
Okay. Are you letting them know you're returning them, or are you sliding them back?
I'm going to try and slide one back and make it look like the other fell out of his pocket. And she's just like being a good Samaritan since they were really nice and sweet to her.
Okay. I won't even make you roll for it. Because the wallets were returned and no money was taken, Deadbeat, the stain is removed. The rest of the night, I'll let you guys make a wits and streetwise to see if you can find a mark deserving of being taken. Both of you can roll individually, or one of you can roll with assistance.
I mean, I have a
I
6
have-
dice pool.
I don't have Streetwise.
Then,
Oh.
yeah, then Deadbeat, you roll.
That would be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You are able to find a mark that is deserving. One of you makes the Dex and Larceny check.
Can I do it because I have a specialty?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you can take the assistance as well.
I'll give assist.
That is 4 successes.
Okay. Both of you make off with $200 cash.
Hell yeah.
And no convictions were broken.
And as we're leaving, or like kind of making our way out, Deadbeat will look over and say, "So did I earn that secret? I win the prize? How your cringe tattoo story?"
Sure, I'll say you earned it. And she'll pull out her phone, and she'll pull up a news article about her incarceration and hand it to Deadbeat.
I'll just give a quick read of it.
So, Aurora Woods, was incarcerated in Skagway, Alaska for theft, but also assault after someone was injured in a robbery attempt. Now, it seems, based off of all of this, that she wasn't the only one responsible, but she was the only one caught.
Man, don't tell me you took the fall for a guy. Are you kidding me? That's
I didn't
oh my
take
God.
the fall. He left me with the bag.
I don't know if that's worse or better. That's, man, you really got left with the bag, huh? And with a guy that you had a tattoo of on you. That's even crazier.
I didn't know he was gonna go for a bigger target. We were just pickpockets. Occasionally stole things off shelves. Next thing I know, I'm taking the fall.
I mean, is it really all that surprising? Usually people who do these kind of things are, kind of assholes, selfish assholes.
Yeah,
Kinda,
they are. The kind of guy I thought you were when we first met.
was. That's,
I don't know, I saw something different tonight.
look, I'm still who I am. I ain't some, knight in shining armor or whatever.
I'm not
I ain't a
saying
good
you
guy.
are, but you're not as bad as I thought you were. And that's nothing to be ashamed about.
Jaw clenches, like kind of processing that information as I, like, just after a moment shake my head, like, no, it's nah, man. I know what I am, dog. You don't have to pretend. Like, look, everyone else in the pack feels the same way. They all know that I'm an asshole, that I'm a scumbag. I'm
Oh.
a deadbeat. It's in the name. That's literally my werewolf
This
name.
does not discredit that you are an asshole. You are still an asshole. But assholes have their moments.
Two bone gnars. Maybe there is a bond to be formed, especially when secrets are shared. All it takes is a moment of vulnerability, a moment of truth, showing your true self. Maybe he's not such a deadbeat after all, and maybe she's not just a thief. We transition now to our next scene. We now find ourselves back at the Cairn. a meeting of leadership, a pack leader and a Sept Leader. Two strong minds, two Philodoxes of the same moon, but very different tribes, very different upbringings, very different loyalties. One looking to guide, the other looking for guidance, or possibly believing they already have found the guidance. But have they? Ray, you arrived to the Cairn with many purposes. One, maybe to get a better understanding of what this Cairn is about, whether it was to uncover more information. You've already been spending more and more time here learning more and more about this place, trying to dig up more of its secrets, trying to gather more information for your Sept up north. You already reported into Red once, and boy howdy have you learned more since. Maybe you can even learn more with this meeting. But you still respect rank. You still respect command. After all, you are still a soldier, and this is your commanding officer. And you're not going to disrespect that. Be what it is. This is the nation that you were told not to trust, but they are still Guru, and you have some respect for that. They are still fighting what you're against. And you've been told that the answers for what you're seeking are here somewhere. So you can't quite give up on that either. There's so many things pulling you a variety of ways that your mind kind of is slightly distracted as you enter the cairn proper and find Aspen sitting at a large carved wooden table. A magnificent wooden table that wasn't here the last time you were here. Carved with 13 stools made out of logs that surround the table. Insignias carved into the top and sides of the table that are completely unrecognizable. You've never seen them before. You couldn't even possibly begin to identify them. You weren't taught this, whatever these mean. But it's something to be learned. Something to possibly take back with you. More questions to be asked. You like learning things. Why not? Aspen, you knew that Ray wanted to meet with you. Leader to leader, he's a leader with a very unruly pack, but you're kind of familiar with how that feels. You know what it's like to be cast amour without proper guidance. You knew what it was like to try and find your way. Ray has an opportunity now to learn from you. Has an opportunity now that you didn't have. Maybe it's your turn to be the Matthias Morningkill in this situation. The scene is yours.
Aspen is sitting at the table with the sigil of the Truth Catcher, not at the very top of the table. She's wearing a skirt and a white blouse, practical shoes with her hair pulled back into a ponytail, and waits for Ray to come in.
I approached the table, finding the seat directly across from Aspen, and take a seat. I'm a little rigid in the situation because she is my superior, and the last time we talked, or that I even interacted with her, one of my pack members decided to break the litany 3 times in front of her. So, don't know what impression she has of me at the moment. But I will sit down and straight back a little bit. Aspen, I'm glad that you allowed me to come and talk to you for a bit.
Of course. Whatever you need, that's what I'm here for. How have you been?
Been all right. That test that Charles threw at us was a little rough, but we were able to manage and get through it. But before I go on, I think I need to apologize for the first interaction we had and for my packmate, Deadbeat, and what he did. I hope that you don't, moving forward, you don't weigh that on us as much.
Yeah, Raymond, that was a bit of a rough start for you all. I don't particularly hold it against any of you, but it is a learning lesson moving forward.
I agree, and I feel like we all have learned something from it, and we are trying to improve.
Sounds. I have talks with Charles. It sounds like you guys are getting proper lessons, so that's always good to hear. As far as as far as Deadbeat goes, he wasn't punished for what he did.
That's true. And again, I'm thankful because leaving a punishment and immediately getting a punishment as soon as you show up to a new sept would have been drastically demoralizing.
Yeah, that would have been pretty rough for you guys. I could see that. But listen, if I'm being honest with you, we've all had our rough starts. So just take it to the chin, as they say, and move on and try and do better.
That's one thing I'm kind of good at with my experience. So you get knocked down, but as long as you keep moving forward, you're fine.
Soldier, right?
Yep. I was in the army for 2 years.
So you have some experience, at least in moving with a pack, so to speak?
Yes, but a more trained and regimented pack, built to listen to orders and do everything we can to the best of our abilities. The pack that right now is starting to get good, but it's not the soldiers that I fought with.
Well, no, those soldiers were properly trained.
We're getting trained, but not as much as I'm used to.
And, in the grand scheme of things, you're not soldiers. It's different.
Are you sure? Because from what we've been told and from what we've been training to do, it seems like what we're becoming. And I'm not saying it's wrong. And I'm not saying that you're wrong, but it seems like that's what we are as Geru. We're soldiers.
Don't get me wrong. We're in a war. But you're not soldiers. Your spirit, your wolves, your human, you all have your part to play. And to completely be a soldier would be, well, not a life I think any of us would want to live.
I mean, I lived it. It's not too bad.
But that wasn't your whole identity, was it?
While I was deployed, yes. when I was home, I was still a soldier. I still carried it. But just because I'm not in that war anymore doesn't mean that I'm not still a soldier.
Do you want to be a soldier, Raymond?
At this point, it's all I really can be. And I'm pretty decent at it.
Well, that wasn't really my question, was it? I said, do you want to be?
I don't know.
I think you can be good at something, do well at something, but that doesn't mean that's who you are or who you want to be.
It's what I chose to be. And at this point, that's good enough for me at the moment.
Okay. Well, you came here and had questions for me, I'm assuming. Don't want to get off track.
Yeah. I'm still trying to wrap my head around being a pack leader. Because before, I wasn't in really a position of leadership. Sure, I saw it. I was around it, but I never directly led people. And I don't know if what I'm doing is correct. And I wish that I knew for certain that what I was doing was correct.
Well, first of all, you'll never know if what you're doing is correct. This kind of comes with the territory. I can tell you there's been more times than I can count that, well, what I thought was correct and what was correct were two different things.
Fair. But I think my situation's a little different. I don't know what your situation was, but I wasn't chose to be the pack leader. It was chosen for me. And so I feel like I need to live up a little bit more to actually fill that role.
I think regardless of how you're put into the position of leadership and how, I guess, if your pack chose you, someone else chose you, doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. You are the leader, and you have to act as such. And really what it comes down to is, what kind of leader do you want to be?
At this point, the leader I want to be is someone that my pack can rely on to an extent. I want them to trust me. Because at this point, with me being thrust into this position, I don't feel like they do. The comments, the remarks, the backtalk, I'm sure that it's common, but at the same time, it's demoralizing to constantly hear that, even when I try.
I think that's fair, and I think too, well, there's always going to be some times where you're going to get that back talk and that pushback. I think it's necessary for being a good pack. You need that pushback. But why are you all together?
That's a good question. We were put together, and I think that we haven't really found exactly what makes us a whole pack yet. We're getting there. I think we are. But it still hasn't been fully found. But I do have a question.
Of course.
With you being the Sept Leader, and I don't know about your past of maybe being a pack leader as well, how did you get your packmates to listen or trust you?
Well, a little backstory. We all were here, and I guess you could say the spirits brought us together. We didn't know each other either. We were all brought together. And we worked on it. We worked on a goal together. We knew in a way what we needed to do, had no idea how to do it. I can tell you that much. But we wanted the same thing. We had a goal that we were working on together. And when all was said and done, somebody had to be leader. And that somebody ended up being me. And sometimes it's really hard. But if you don't have a passion for what you're doing, if you guys don't have a goal for what you're doing, then there's no reason to be together.
I mean, our goal at the moment is just survival. You know, we were sent down here for a job, and our goal is to survive that job and help you. So currently, that is our reason to be together. Because of you.
Does everybody want to be here to help?
That's a debatable topic.
Well, that's why it's your job to figure out why people would want to be here to help and how they would want to help. Also, how much do you know about them?
I know probably not as much as I should, but I know about each pack member a little bit. I mean, we all have our secrets, we all have our past, and we don't pry too much. But I have a read on everyone to an extent.
A read is different than knowing them. You have to know your pack far more than it sounds like you do. You have to know them, they have to know you, and you have to lead by example. They're all looking at you, and if they don't respect you, and they don't know you, and they don't feel like they can follow you, nothing in there is ever going to change. And Raymond, I know you said you're good at being a soldier, and that's what you've known, and you're good at that. They're not soldiers. They're just, well, young kids trying to figure it out.
I understand that. And it's not like I'm trying to push them to be soldiers. I am just trying to push them to be better.
You can't push them to be better if you don't even know them. You don't even know how to push them in the right direction if you don't know them at all.
You make a good point.
I'm going to be, well, as candid as I can. I've made mistakes and have tried to come at this from a business, goals to be set, things to accomplish. And when you don't know your pack and you push your pack and keep them at arm's distance, you won't get anywhere. You all have to rely on each other, because if you don't, at the worst, one of you dies, and at the, well, I would like to say least, but they're on the same level, they lose hope. They lose their reason.
I understand. It's... I will do my best to try and get to know them better. But just because I get to know them better doesn't mean that they are getting to know each other better.
Do you want everyone to be together? Do you want to lead?
Yes.
Then you have to lead by example. You can speak flowery words. Trust me, that's what I'm good at. That's my bread and butter, is speaking flowery words and getting people to rally and follow you. But if they have no reason, if they don't know you, if they don't understand your passion, if they don't trust you, those words really mean nothing.
I'm doing what I can to lead by example. I mean, have I fully talked to them and gotten to know them better? No. But I've thrown myself in front of the dangers that we've been facing, and I've been trying to lead in the way that I know how to lead, and hopefully that has gained some trust.
Being a leader isn't throwing yourself in front of danger. It's not, I guess, being the first one in. It's making sure everyone can rely on each other. And they can rely on you, but you also have to rely on them. Trust is a big thing in a pack.
I agree. Trust is very important. Which leads me to a second question.
Sure.
I got this whole speech from Matthias when he first got down here about what your Sept is trying to do and what you as this new nation is trying to accomplish. But I want to know, how do you feel about it? Because we got a rehearsed speech. But I want to know your take on this.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you, it's a shit show. And more shit is thrown every day. But I believe it's worth it. I believe that we are carving out a space and we're helping Gaia, and that's really the most important thing. But we are showing that we are doing something about it. A lot of people have kind of given up and reverted into what they think the politics should be, or their little space of their guru culture, and that's fine enough for them. And that's not really fine enough for me. I want to carve out something and do something better. I want to show that guru are united and can unite in a purpose, and that regardless of tribe, auspice, that doesn't really matter to me. It's about feeling like guru can thrive instead of just being soldiers.
I will lean back against the chair, kind of losing my rigid sitting position. I see. I thank you for being more upfront with your actual opinion on it, because I didn't really fully understand when Matthias was giving that whole spiel, and you've been leading and you've been actually down here. So I just wanted to get your take on it.
Yeah, I think I think Matthias believes the same thing I do. I think he's used to talking to the Guru Nation, so he has to word things a certain way and move a certain way, which I'm more than thankful for because I couldn't do what he does. But I think that I want you guys here. We obviously need the help. But if this is something you guys want, then I want you to know everything. And I don't know, I just think keeping the darker side of things from you all would be doing you and us a disservice.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Well, thanks. I appreciate the words, and I appreciate your advice. I will try to do better, and I will take steps to learn more.
And I'm here, and I can help. I know, well, the bullshit that comes with being a pack leader. It's hard sometimes. So if you ever need advice or anything, or just somebody to listen to as you scream, I can be here.
I'll take that into consideration. If you'll excuse me, and I'll stand up from the chair. And
I'll stand up with him. Oh, before you leave, one of you asked me why my name was Oathbreaker. My name is Oathbreaker because we had a previous Caern, and we had an issue with storm spirit coming through, and we had to sacrifice something. And I chose the Caern. And I don't regret that, but I didn't consider everything when I did that. I guess what I'm trying to say is sometimes you have to make the hard decisions, but make sure you consider everyone when making those decisions.
is that how this Caern came to be? From that sacrifice?
This Caern was here long before we knew about it. It didn't come to be because of the sacrifice. Eliza told us about it, and we did move here after the old Caern. But yeah, we're still figuring this one out.
Can I roll insight on that one to see if she's fully telling me the truth about that?
Yeah, give me a wits and insight.
On 7 dice, I rolled nothing.
You don't know. You have no idea if she's telling the truth. She seems genuine, but there's a lot of suspicions about it. There's a lot of suspicions about a lot of things. But also, Stargazer, there's a lot of suspicions about that. So there could be some truth to this. That would make sense, to be completely honest. The Stargazers have been suspicious and untrustworthy to the nation as a whole. So it would make sense that they would lead you to something mysterious and unusual. There's nothing in the way she's acting that would say otherwise, but also there's nothing saying that she's telling the truth either.
I'll just stay silent for a few seconds, look down at the table. These runes, when I first saw them. What exactly do these stand for?
They are the different positions, leadership positions within the Sept. We don't have enough of us right now to fill them all, but we hope that'll change someday.
It's good talking to you, Aspen.
Really good talking to you too, Raymond.
As you step away, respectfully, leaving the cairn, what is Raymond thinking about this encounter, everything that's been said, and this very, very unusual information that was gained?
The advice that Aspen gave was solid. I agree that maybe I need to do a little bit more to reach out to the other pack members, but they also aren't reaching out to me to learn. So it's a two-way street. The information that I learned is very interesting from what I gathered earlier the past few days walking around the cairn and how it came to be. I still have questions about that. I'm still wondering exactly how this cairn showed up. I don't fully trust Aspen yet. I don't really fully trust the Sept yet, but at least I know that if I do need help in something, Aspen is there to help me and give me advice. So that's useful.
More information. You learned a lot. Now, whether you can trust it or not, that's going to take time and more investigating. But your ghost council, that's your bread and butter, so they say. You just gotta keep digging and researching and learning. But you've got time and patience. You've got the discipline of a soldier. You will find out the truth. We transition now to our final scene. In our final scene of the evening, we find Juniper deciding to take matters into her own hands. The company known as High Quality Builders has been a bane on Juniper's existence since the day she became Guru. Having grown up in Manistee, Michigan, as a homesteader, High Quality Builders had tried to buy her parents' property for most of her life. Being unsuccessful in doing so, it was when they took matters into their own hands and murdered her family to take the property unlawfully, that Juniper became a Guru. And she has held a vengeance streak against them ever since. A vengeance streak when she found out that Delphine's parents were connected to High Quality Builders led her to murder Delphine's parents. A vengeance streak that still holds true because she will not rest until High Quality Builders and anything it touches is no more. So when she found out that High Quality Builders is still in Florida, and has 3 projects actively at work in Florida. She picked one. And now we find her in Old Seminole Heights, a neighborhood north of downtown Tampa, about a half hour outside of downtown. Old Seminole Heights is a community that has gone through a refurbishing, a rebranding of its own. And she has arrived at its housing development, a project that High Quality Builders has invested quite a bit of time into. A housing development that those familiar with our Rage Across Tampa series might be very, very aware of. But Juniper is not. So Juniper, as you stand on the street known as Sly Avenue, a rather busy street that is an exit directly off of I-275, the highway that leads out of Tampa. It's a pretty normal housing development complex. Some of the houses are already done. These are pretty cookie cutter built houses. Very suburban dream houses. There are about 4 completed houses at the beginning of the driveway, but there are several empty plots beyond and houses that are still in the process of being built. What time of day would you say you'd be going to this development?
I would probably want to get there between like 1:30 at night. I don't want to really be seen.
Okay, so late in the evening. Okay, so the traffic on the road is quiet, even though it is a very busy road, Sly Avenue. There are still the occasional car that pass by, but it is nothing compared to the daytime traffic. The housing development is quiet. The first few houses along the road have been sold and are lived in already. People are moving in. In fact, there's signs that say now selling out front of the complex. You can see cars parked in the driveway, manicured lawns, and there is a lot of landscaping done in this particular neighborhood. A lot of garden plots, a lot of areas prepared for gardening, bushes, trees, flowers, already blooming. This place has been well underway for a while and developing. You stand across the street looking at the housing development beyond. The words of what your last conversation with Deadbeat said ringing through your mind, how he met with somebody who used to work for High Quality Builders, and how they said there's always a treasure deep within the foundation of their builds. That's what lured you out here. The scene is yours.
I first want to get a closer look around. I want to see if there's any like security systems, stuff like that. Get a look at the landscape and everything, knowing what I know about what they're doing with packs upon packs of fertilizer and shit like that. So
Sure, give me a wits and investigation.
I roll a brutal outcome.
Okay. So, remind me again what your verbs and adverbs are.
Cleverly, provocatively, and subtly, and then avenge, dismantle, and demolish.
Well, you're not doing any of those. You're not dismantling, demolishing. You're just trying to scout at this point. So I can't say that those apply in this particular circumstance.
Could I argue that I am looking around to subtly dismantle any security systems? I'm looking for them to.
You were just trying to see if there were any. And if there aren't any, then you can't dismantle them, can you?
No, I can't. Certainly can't.
So, it's one thing if you saw them already and were trying to find a way to dismantle them, but there are if you can't even find them. So, based off of that, I think that the compulsion that you are going to feel is involuntary shapeshift. So you are going to shapeshift into lupus form from Hamid form, and you must spend the remainder of the scene in lupus form.
Okay.
If all actions are if you do not shape change immediately and spend this scene in the new form, all actions are performed with a 2 dice penalty to your pools in any other form.
Okay, hold on a second.
So, almost immediately dropping down to all fours as the desire to find any information overwhelms your control. Your vision becomes clearer and sharper. Your senses become more aware. But you stand out for sure. Because wolves in a very urban area like this do not belong by any means. But it's quiet and it's night. Maybe you can get away with it. You do not see anything. Nothing security-wise, at least not that you can tell, though you were very distracted by the sudden change.
All right. I am going to start sniffing around, I guess. The landscaping, sniffing around some of the houses.
Okay, give me a wits and investigation.
Two successes on that.
Okay, so as you're sniffing around, trying to get your bearings, trying to investigate the scene, you're picking up on a lot of scents. The sense of people, the sense of a lot of different conflicting odors. There's the strong scent of fertilizer, manure, you know, the chemicals and stuff that they put in some fertilizers. You follow the scents, especially of the fertilizer, leading you to the garden beds. As you do, you follow it around one of the nearby houses, locking onto one of the scents of particularly strong odor that leads you around back of one of the houses, because it is very unfamiliar, which gets your interest. It's not like any of the other scents that you can put a particular familiar knowledge to. This is unknown, so it's particularly curious. As you follow it around, you get to the corner of the back of the house. You see a garden shed in the backyard, and you see a flower bed out back. And in the flower bed, you see several large bulbous plants that look like big tulip bulbs, but they're much larger than tulips. They're probably the size of a car tire in their circumference. They're closed at the top. They've got leaves kind of in a star pattern around the base, like knife-shaped leaves. It's unlike any plant you can identify, though you can try and roll an intelligence and science to see if you can discern any information about it. But I will tell you, it is unlike anything you can properly identify.
I'm gonna roll anyway, and I'm gonna ask if I can use my ecology specialty in science.
Sure.
To at least help identify some similar traits to maybe some other plant that I do know of.
Sure.
Yeah, that's gonna be one success.
You can't connect any dots to this. This is completely foreign and unfamiliar to you. But there are probably about 6 of these plants, 3 in a row, 3 by 2.
The only thing I can think of to do right now is pull one out.
Okay. So as you maneuver up to the plants and start to tug at it, give me a strength and athletics.
Three successes.
You grab at it with your teeth and you start to pull, and it is resisting very, very tough. It is hard. It is kind of rooted deep in there, and you're trying to pull at it as best as you possibly can when the bulbs pop open. And in doing so, yellow spores come shooting up into the sky, showering down upon you and in the surrounding area. In fact, all 6 of them pop open, shooting up these spores. Roll me a dexterity and athletics. However, because you are holding on to one, I need a -2 penalty.
2 successes.
Okay. Make a stamina and resolve check.
Five successes with a crit.
Okay. As these yellow spores come showering down upon you, you blow out, kind of huff out, making sure that you don't ingest or breathe in any of the spores. Even though some of them hit your fur and kind of rain down, you shake it off of your fur, kind of brushing them off and go rolling into the grass to try and get this foreign substance off of your skin. You don't feel any ill effects or anything strange happen, but it definitely wasn't pleasant. You didn't manage to remove the plant. And you're not sure you want to do it again as you see the plants close up again. Roll me a wits and awareness.
Seven with a crit.
A light turns on in the house. And in the window of the house is a man standing, staring out the window. He looks like something out of a Stepford neighborhood. Hair parted to the side, wearing a sweater with a button-up shirt underneath with the collar popped out. He's staring out at you with a very blank expression.
Could I possibly spend a willpower to do blissful ignorance, or is it too late?
You weren't really concerned with hiding, trying to roll off the spores, so he has sight of you. I don't think you can disappear once he's already watching you.
Okay, yeah, no, I just wanted to ask. Just wanted to make sure. I just kind of freeze for a moment and like look up at him as he's staring at me. Can I do an insight check? Because this is a very strange facial expression.
Sure. Give me a wits and insight.
On 6 dice, I rolled 0 successes.
You have no idea. You can't read his face at all. It is blank.
I am starting to feel very uneasy about this entire situation. And so, having already been caught by this creepy looking person and these strange plants and getting slightly covered in some weird spore that I have no idea how it's going to affect me, I am going to like dart off out of this backyard.
As you go around one side of the house, you see a maybe 10-year-old child standing off to one side staring. Trying to go around the other side, you see a 12-year-old child standing, staring. You turn back, and as you do, the shed doors burst open. And out of the shed comes what could have once been a woman, but based off of the very strange growths on her body, she looks more like fungus than woman now. We are now in combat. Declare your intentions.
I'm not going after that. I'm not going after that fungus woman. I am going to go the opposite direction of that woman towards...
So you can try to run past the kids if you want to. You're kind of blocked, either going past the woman through the backyard, trying to get away that way. You can either go past the kids, but those are your only routes of escape at this point.
Yeah, yep. That's what I was going to say, is I'm going to try and get past one of the kids instead of going up against whatever the fuck that thing is.
Okay. So if you want to try and run past the kids, give me a dexterity and athletics as you are trying to dodge them as they try to reach out and grab you.
I got 3 successes.
Okay. So you do manage to slip past the kid, getting out to the roadway. Unfortunately, the roadway isn't much better, because once you get out there, you see the house across the street has completely emptied out, and there are 6 individuals in the street, all same kind of Stepford attire, all standing out there staring and moving towards the house that you are coming around.
Okay. Oh, no, how close are they to me?
They will reach you in the next round.
Okay.
You can try to break for it to the street, but they will catch up to you in the next round.
Okay. How much rage am I at?
You're at, I would say, 4 rage now, for sure.
Okay. I will say that for the first one that gets me, if one of them gets me, I would like to activate Porcupine's Reprisal.
Okay.
In response. So I just want to put that out there now.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so declare your next intention.
Okay, so I'm booking it. There's no way in fucking any chance of hell I'm going to be able to fight all of these things, and I'm honestly terrified right now. I've never seen anything like this, and I'm scared out of my fucking mind.
So I need you to roll me 3 dexterity and athletics rolls, but the second one is going to be -1 dice, the third one's going to be -2 dice. Because you are opposing 3 different opponents. So first one's full pool, second one's -1 dice, third one's -2 dice.
Okay, so the first one I rolled a 4 with a crit.
Yep, you managed to slip past them, no problem.
The second one I rolled a brutal outcome.
Okay.
And then the third one.
So, unfortunately, with the brutal outcome, as you are not trying to do damage, again, it's an automatic failure. So you do get caught by the second one, and you take 2 points of superficial damage and are now grappled. But you do get the Porcupine's Reprisal. Yep.
Pass the rage check for that.
Okay.
Oh no, they didn't do any damage.
Okay, so they've got you grappled now.
Yep.
So one of these lumbering Stepford people grab a hold of you and are kind of holding on to you, trying to hold you still as the others start to move towards you.
Can I attempt to break out of the grapple?
Roll me that third dexterity and athletics. However, it is going to be at a -3 now as you are grappled. Because this one can also get a hit in on you.
Okay, well that'll be when I activate Porcupine's Reprisal then. On the only 2 dice that I had left, I got 2 successes.
You said you did take the 2 damage from them though, right? They did do damage to you.
Oh, they did do damage?
Yeah, they did do damage. 2 superficial.
Oh, I'm sorry, I heard you incorrectly.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, they did 2
okay,
superficial.
So then they do take damage with Porcupine.
Okay, yeah. So how much damage?
They take 2 superficial damage.
Okay. Yeah, so as you spike out from your lupine form, they actually don't manage to hold on to you as they kind of react to the spikes coming out. But the third one, they did slow you down so you can't slip free. But the third one, you can do with a -2 dice instead of -3 dice.
Okay. Forward with a crit.
Okay, so you won't take damage from this one. However, they are on top of you. You are not free yet. You cannot escape. So now let's do it again. Now I need 4 dexterity and athletics rolls. 1 at full pool, 1 at -1, 1 at -2, 1 at -3. As they are closing the gap and piling on top of you.
Five with a crit for the first one.
You managed to avoid the first one, no problem. In fact, I'll give you the second one full pool because you got the crit.
Two successes.
Okay, they managed to catch up and clobber you. Take 1 superficial on that one.
Can I do...
You can do Porcupine's Reprisal again, yep.
What happens if I get the brutal outcome thing on just that one?
I think it's just a success, so it's just damage, yeah.
Okay, then they're gonna take 1 superficial because it's only equal to the amount taken. If it's my glory is higher, it's equal.
Oh wait, no, that's a fail. That's a 1 or a 2. My mistake.
Oh, okay, so I do lose rage.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but that allows me to not be grappled again, or was that not?
No, they don't grapple, but they do the damage to you. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still just fucking trying my hardest here.
Okay, so now give me another dexterity and athletics, but this one is at the -2.
once again, 2 successes.
2 successes. Okay, another one clubs you.
I passed the rage check on that porcupine's reprisal.
Okay, take another superficial damage, though, in the process. And again,
Okay,
you're not
good.
grappled. And then the last one at a -3.
1 success.
Okay. Yes, this one you take 2 superficial damage and are grappled. So, as they have you grappled and are squeezing and clubbing and starting to beat you down, they have completely surrounded you and have blocked your path of escape and have started to swarm. You can see the large, growth-covered woman coming from around the side of the house, kind of stalking towards. Declare your intention. How much damage have you taken? Is your bar full yet?
It's full. I was just about to say it's full, and I'm like in aggravated damage territory.
Okay, so
now.
you're now at a -1 to all physical rolls.
Okay, yeah, I'm getting really fucked up.
Okay. Declare your intentions.
I have a question.
Yes.
I have Rite of the Grim Reach, but it does
Okay.
not indicate how long it takes to do.
Rites are usually like rituals. So what does this ritual do?
It makes a large area more hostile and outright dangerous. Shadows grow unnaturally long, thorns and edges grow sharper, and the wildlife more aggressive. Although mainly used to discourage unwelcome visitors to rural Cairns, it can be used to similar effect in urban environments, albeit with greater difficulty.
That's like a prepared ritual that takes time. It's like a 10-minute, 20-minute, 30-minute thing. Like that's an intention with preparation, and yeah, that's not like an instantly activated thing.
That's what I was afraid of you saying. I'm just trying to use everything at my disposal right now.
So what's your intention?
So I'm completely surrounded right now.
Yes.
Are there any other children that I could possibly get around, or are
No,
they
these are all
at this
adults now.
point? And I'm stuck in lupus.
You can change. You're just going to be at a further dice penalty in any other forms because of your compulsion. You're going to take an additional 2 dice penalty in any other form.
Oh God. Okay. I don't have much choice in this situation.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to go into Krynos.
Give me the 2 rage.
I got 2 successes.
Good. Okay, so you make the transition into Krynos form. Now you do get the -2 to shift penalty as well, so you're going to be at a -4 penalty to any rolls you want to make this turn. So what's your intentions now?
I would like to howl at the moon.
Okay. That'll give you an additional rage back.
Yep. And then so the -4, does that also count for doing rage checks? Like if I want to regenerate some health or anything like that?
No,
Or
that
is
doesn't, that's not, yeah,
Okay.
that's not the same. Yep. This is
Okay.
skill and attacks, skill checks and attacks and anything like that.
Okay. So then, yeah, I would like to regenerate some health.
Okay. Yeah, so it's a rage check per 2 superficial.
I passed my rage check.
Okay, so you can heal 2 superficial. So, now you gotta declare your action.
I am gonna try and bulldoze my way out. I'm still not trying to fight all of them. I just know that in my Krynos form, I'm a hell of a lot stronger than my lupus.
You are,
And-
yes.
Yeah, even though I have that 4 dice penalty right now. But yeah, I am just trying to power my way through and just get the fuck out.
Okay, give me a strength. And are you trying to like attack them to like break them down? Is that your plan?
Yeah, kind of like the game Red Rover where everybody holds hands and you gotta like plow through, like that.
Okay, so like a strength and athletics to just push through.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, then give me a strength and athletics roll, which would be a base roll for you. You should be out of impaired now, so you shouldn't have the negative from that anymore. Because you gain that extra health.
Four successes.
Okay. I actually have to roll for this one. Okay. So, as you go rushing at them, you slam up against them, and you knock one of them down. The others dogpile on top of you, driving you down to the ground, doing 3 points of superficial damage, already halved.
I passed my rage check for Porcupine's Reprisal.
Okay.
And they get 2 points of superficial damage.
Okay. So you have several of these guys just all on top of you, piled up on top of you. What's your intention?
I would like to try and regenerate and
Okay.
then to just I need to get out. I'm fighting it tooth and fucking claw.
Okay. So if you want to attack, you can roll your attack pool. If you want to attack multiple of them, you have to split the pool amongst how many you want to attack. But you can also put all your attack into one. However, then you'll have to roll defensive pools against the others.
Okay, so when
So
you
you
say
can either attack multiple, in which case you have to split your pool against however many you want to attack. Basically saying your total pool, you have to dedicate however many dice you want to put towards each one. You don't get your full pool against each one. Or you can roll your full pool against one and then roll a reduced dodge pool against the others.
okay, so the way that I'm imagining myself doing this is the two that are like on top of me, I need to get away from. Like they are the
Okay.
ones that are like actively like on top of me and I'll be struggling with the most to get away from.
So you want to like
so
grab them and throw them off?
Yes.
Okay.
So I've divvied up my pool. I have a pool of 9 currently. So the first one is going to have 5, and the
Okay.
second one is going to have 4.
Perfect. Now you could roll the full pool and then just divvy up the successes if you wanted to. I'd let that happen.
I would like to spend a willpower.
Okay. And you're also including the -2 to this pool, right? Because of your not being in lupus?
I forgot to not do that.
Okay, why don't you reset and re-roll the
Yeah, I'm
pool
gonna
and you can
yeah,
get
I'm
that
gonna do
willpower
that.
back.
Thank you. Thank you. Also, thank you for reminding me, because
No worries.
this is a little stressful.
Yeah.
I'm going to still spend that willpower.
Go for it.
Okay. So now that I did this correctly, I got 4 successes with a crit on the
Okay.
first one. And then the second one, I got a brutal outcome and then another success.
So 5 successes on the second one.
Yes.
Okay. So you do manage to hurl both of them off of you. Now you got to roll 4 dodge pools. 1 at -1, 1 at -2, 1 at -3, and 1 at -4.
Okay. Would I still have been able to roll to...
Or actually,
regenerate
sorry.
health?
1 at -3, 1 at -4, 1 at -5, and 1 at -6.
Okay. All right. Can I roll to regenerate some health, though, during my turn?
You can roll to regenerate, the health for the round.
Okay, thanks. I passed the rage check.
So get the 2 superficial back. So roll me the -3, -4, -5, and -6.
What stats do I roll again for
Your
dodge?
dex and athletics.
1 success.
Okay. That's on the first one.
Oh, wait. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Don't forget to shift your Krynos in the reactive. Perfect.
Four successes.
Okay, that's on the second, or that's on the first one? Okay, second one.
Yeah. Second one is at minus...
Minus 4.
4? Okay. Four successes.
Okay, next one at minus 5.
Three.
Okay, and last one at minus 6.
Zero.
Okay. Flinging the two off of your back, sending them hurling against the concrete. You manage to duck aside one, duck aside another. One gets a blow into your side, doing a point of superficial damage. And then... Okay, go ahead, do your Porcupine's Reprisal.
Pass the
Okay.
witch check on that, and they get 1 superficial.
Okay. Then, one takes you out at the back of the knees, sending you dropping down to the ground as it does 4 points of superficial damage to you, sending you dropping down to the ground. The others get up and start dogpiling again. At this point, as it seems like you can't get any leg up to get away, you hear another howl and a roar as a large red Krynos werewolf leaps into the fray and starts ripping into the other mushroom people, the Stepford mushroom people, tearing some of them off of your back and pulling them apart. Declare your intentions. You have 3 of them to compete with now.
I am fucked up right now, but I obviously recognize who's with me,
Yes.
and I turn around and just get back into the fight. I would like to regenerate some health first.
Okay.
Somehow continue to pass my rage checks. And then I am going to go full in on whichever one is closest to stakes.
Okay. Give me a strengthened brawl.
Still get the -2, correct?
Yes.
I would like to spend another willpower. All right, that is going to be 5 successes.
Okay. Yeah, easily enough. You manage to rake into another one, tearing it up and throwing it off to the side. Roll me 2 dexterity and athletics checks, one at -3, one at -4. You have 3 of them to contend with. She was dealing with her own. You were dealing with 3.
Two successes.
Okay. Take another 2 points of superficial damage as one of them clubs you.
I didn't pass my rage check.
Okay, so your rage
Okay.
drops. But the reprisal still happens, yeah. But it's just your rage goes down. Okay, and then the second roll. How's your health looking, by the way?
So everything is marked,
Okay.
and there's 3 ones. So
Okay.
I have like three more superficial damage that I
Okay.
can take before I'm.
You don't die because it only you have to be fully destroyed or killed with silver or fire to die. You just go unconscious, lose the wolf, and yep.
Yeah, so I'm trying.
Yep.
Trying my best. The moment Stakes looks at me to pull out, though. I'm gonna pull out, but I'm not gonna leave her behind.
Yep.
Brutal outcome, and that's it.
Okay. So, as you attempt to move out of the way, a strike to the back of the head sends everything into darkness. Your vision starts to swim and fade as you lose consciousness, and all you can hear as you're losing vision is the sounds of growling and clawing and scraping and fighting. And then everything goes black. You don't know what happens next. Everything is dark. You don't know how long everything is dark for. Eventually, you feel yourself cough and awaken. You're naked in Hamid form, in the woods, alone, for the moment. You are conscious. You are full aggravated damage, except for 1 superficial in the last box. It is dark outside, completely dark, except you can see light cresting on the horizon. It's likely about to be dawn.
I am panicking. I am looking around everywhere, trying to look for stakes, trying to look for anything familiar about where I'm at, seeing if there's any markers of this having been somewhere that we've traveled before, if there's a safety place around, if there's a den.
Roll me a wits and investigation. You are at a -1 because you are still impaired from all the damage you've taken. You are bruised to high hell. Maybe even bloody, blood around your nose and mouth. You've got internal injuries for sure. You have no wolf, so your rage is 0. And you will take stains for this because you've lost your inner fire.
One success.
Surroundings are unfamiliar, but there is something kind of comforting about the surroundings. And what's comforting about it is the bag of fast food sat beside the tree and the pile of clothes next to it.
I pretty much drag myself over and shimmy my way painfully into the clothes, wincing and crying out as I'm with each and every movement. And I look into the bag, and despite it being fast food and how gross it sounds, I can't do anything but devour it very hungrily and sob as I do so.
About 15 minutes later, a red wolf comes walking out of the trees as the morning sun starts to illuminate the ground. She looks pretty beat up. You can tell that she has not had time to fully heal. She moves over to you and kind of sniffs around your bruises, but doesn't touch them, trying to avoid contact as much as possible.
I kind of push her snout and offer the burger that I'm eating. I'm okay. I'm alive. Just please eat.
She makes a disgusted face.
She I'm just like still crying, tears streaming down my face. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And I just keep repeating it.
When she speaks, you understand through that empathy in the way she communicates to you. You can feel her disapproval and disappointment, but you can feel her relief overriding her disappointment. That she's just happy you survived and happy you're safe. She then curls up and lays down next to you. And lays her head on your lap.
I run my hands through her fur, just still crying. I've put the burger down at this point. It's gone. Stakes. I'm gone. I can't feel myself anymore. I thought I could handle whatever was out there. But you were right. And now it's gone.
She raises her head up and looks up into your eyes. She kind of gives a snort. And she pushes herself up to a stand, plops her butt down, and as she does so, she shifts into Hamid form, and as she becomes her human self, you can see her eye is completely blackened all around it. Like she's got a huge shiner across her eye. Her lip is busted. It's not gone. You'll get it back tonight. This happens when we go down. You'll get back up again. It's just a rough reminder of why we don't want to go down. Don't worry about it.
I'm gonna shake my head and wipe my face. You shouldn't have come after me.
I don't abandon my pups.
I know, but I just didn't. You look just as fucked up as I am. I'm sorry.
You know what you did wrong?
Went into a situation I had no idea about all by myself.
Yeah. You gonna do it again?
I can't say I won't. Not anytime soon.
You're gonna say you won't, and you won't.
You're just shaking my head.
Say it, Juniper, and mean it.
I look up at Stakes and look her in the eye. I won't do it again.
Then I won't tell anyone. We'll stay out here until we're healed. Then we'll go back and act like this didn't happen.
But what about the housing development? Does anybody know?
I don't know. Probably not. Their types usually cover this shit up.
for once, I feel like this is something that we should tell the others about. But maybe not how I found out about it.
If you want to.
I'll think about it.
Then it's on you. I'll let you decide what's best.
Alright. Are you gonna be okay?
I'll be fine. You'll be fine too.
I'm sorry.
I know.
I think I'm just gonna lay here for a while, because everything hurts.
Me too. We'll lay here together.
Okay. That sounds really nice.
Yeah.
And I'll just kind of lay into the ground and pass back out.
Stakes slides over and lifts up Juniper's head and places it on her lap. Strokes her hair as she leans up against the tree, letting her fall asleep. As our story comes to a close this evening. Vengeance is a terrible thing. It's a fire that burns like 1,000 suns. But when it burns so hot, it burns out just as quick. But our story couldn't come to a close fully without one last scene. We find ourselves in Michigan, in a very, very small apartment. We're at a kitchen table. It's late at night. We're focused on a cell phone sitting on the kitchen table. In another room where the light is on, we see a woman, a young woman, pacing back and forth holding a crying baby. The cell phone then buzzes, a text message from a blocked number. We see a picture pop up of a club and Deadbeat. And then the words, Tampa, Florida. The woman with the crying child walks into the room and picks up the phone. She looks at the text message and then says, "You ready to go see your daddy?" And this is where our story comes to a close this evening. Thank you so much to these amazing players. Thank you to everybody watching at home. If you enjoy what you've seen here tonight, go follow St. Pete by Night on all of the social media down below. And tune in next Friday for another episode of Hellhounds. Also, go check out our other show, Rage Across Tampa, on Twitch at 10 p.m. on Tuesdays to see what the leadership pack of the Sept of the Evening Star is up to. And you can get the other half of this story. There's all the Werewolf the Apocalypse content you could ever hope for here on St. Pete by Night, and you should get caught up on all of the action. You won't regret it, I promise you that. Also, come join our community by following that Discord link in the description. But for these amazing players, I'm Kent. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time. Have a lovely evening, everyone.
This has been a St. Petersburg by Night production. Hounds is produced in arrangement with the World of Darkness and Dark Pack. The storyteller for Hounds is Kent. Tonight's characters were voiced by Jay, Lilith, Ben, Nikki, and Caity. Theme song Rage Across Tampa lyrics by Preston and Kent. Visit our website at stpetbynight.com for more information about all of our productions and how you can become part of our community. Thank you for listening. Until next time, fangs, stakes, and claws out.